Hello, everybody. Welcome in. How's it going? What's up, Boshik? Also tap 1x or tap inks, whichever one is right. Welcome in. How's it going? How's everybody doing? Man. Doing schoolwork? Yeah. Cool. So, hey, is a fencer, welcome in. How's it going? Right. So yeah, today we're going to be doing a little bit of Starground, but I would like to work on some other stuff too. We're going to start off showing you guys not Starground stuff. Let's take a look at that in just a minute. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we even play Voices of the Void today. Could be fun. We can if you guys want. So, we'll see. Alrighty. So let's jump into it. So starting off, one of the things that I've been working on, is this wacky little game that you guys saw me messing around with, one of the streams. Lured In. It's that fishing game. Been working on this a bunch, and it's shaping up. Here, I'm gonna mute the music for a minute. Still needs a lot of work, but I don't know. Should I make this game realized? Should I put it on Steam? Anyway, so some of the stuff I did, transitions, blah, blah, blah. But now the actual building is more set up. You can buy upgrades now. I also did UI animations, which wasn't really that bad. It was pretty easy to get the UI animations working, so yeah, maybe I would like to take some of this tech over into Starground, perhaps. We'll see. But yeah, you can buy customers. It's kind of a similar vibe to Dixium, if anybody has played that before. But this is like a little idle game where you buy upgrades and go excavate, but in this case it would be fishing. I don't know. Could be kind of fun. I haven't gotten the fish tanks and stuff set up yet, so it's not really playable in its current state, but I've been working a lot on the UI and everything, and it's looking pretty good now. I'm happy with where it's at. But yeah, you can travel to all the different regions. I set up weather and all that jazz. The FPS is pretty good. 500. I'm trying to keep it like above 500. It's usually like 2000 when I'm not streaming now. Yeah, you can travel to different regions and fish. The fishing is not implemented, so it's, you know, nothing right now, but it will be. That's the next thing I'm going to work on. But yeah, fish game, yeah. I don't know, we could, you know, do it for real. Actually release it on Steam. If it's something that interests people. But it really just depends. I mean, is anybody interested in playing an idle fish game? So let's see, Spencer. Good. I'm looking at some really nice 3D Godot projects. Pretty interesting. Yeah. Yeah, 3D stuff is really cool. I definitely want to mess with that a bit more. I need to stop the mouse from colliding with that. Also, DePaul, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, new game. This is just something I've been working on in the background. I've been unsure of whether this is going to be like an official launch. But I don't know. You guys decide. Is this something I should put up on Steam? It would basically be a little idle game about fishing and having an aquarium. So the whole gameplay loop would be that you go out and fish and then bring your fish back and put it in aquariums to make money. But yeah. Try itch if it has some success put on Steam. Yeah. Definitely could do that. I think really the big tell of how it would go is like Next Fest, you know, the demo. Next Fest is really good for like testing a concept. I mean, of course you have to pay the $100 fee, but it's not really anything. It's no big deal. So I don't know, maybe I will put it up on Next Fest. I don't know when or which one I would do. Probably like I think there's one like May or something next year. I have to look at all the dates, but we could see. I have no idea if this game's gonna be published or anything. No idea. So we'll have to see. But it could be fun to work on though. But yeah, it's been fun working on this game though. I think I've learned a lot of skills from working on Starground that's very applicable to this kind of stuff. It's made development way easier. Yeah, I don't know. It's just been easy to do things. Like using the whole table system has worked really well. And there's stuff that I've like been messing around with since this is like a brand new project. There's like stuff like the little UI animations. Like I'm not afraid of like breaking other parts of the game, you know? So it's been fun just kind of like diving into new random things and just see if it works and not really worry so much about wasting time. Because really right now it's just like experimenting. But yeah, there's been some interesting stuff, even just little minor things like down in here with these, I just have a script now inside of these on initiate on the tables to do the merging of the defaults. So I don't even have to call that manually, like just way easier. I don't know if it would necessarily work for Starground because, you know, modding and everything, but yeah, there's definitely some things in here though that have been very interesting. It's always so interesting how there's like that back and forth of new tech. Because like I've taken a lot of things from Starground for this game, but at the same time there's a lot of new things I've been learning that I'm like, well, maybe I should go and put these back into Starground, you know? Yeah. It's been fun though. It's so much easier to make single player games. It's insane. Like working on this game has just been baby mode. Compared to Starground? I don't know. I think it's just because I don't have to worry about all the other garbage, right? I don't have to worry about, like, making sure it all works on multiplayer, and it works with modding, and all of this stuff, you know? It's way easier. I mean, this game is probably somewhat moddable, but, it's not my priority, you know? Yeah, I don't know. It's been fun, though. Doing the art has been fun and stuff. I've been just messing around with that a lot, like doing characters that are 16 by 32 instead of 16 by 16. So they look a little more humanoid. Doing a different color palette and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. It's always really good to work on other projects sometimes like that. Never gave it to be easily moddable. Yeah, like I don't think it's a... Like, an idle game like this, I feel like is not the kind of game people would want to mod, you know? I don't know, it just seems like it's not super important for, like, the concept of this game. But yeah. It's something I could always add later. Like, now that I'm doing the tables and stuff from the very beginning, I feel like if I do decide to fully add, like, modding stuff, it would be pretty easy. So, yeah, I don't think it'd be too bad. Yeah, I don't know. Let me know, guys, if you want to play test this game. I could put it up on Steam and start handing out keys to people. So, let me know. Yeah, it's still definitely not playable yet, but if it is something that anybody's interested in, you know, speak up so that I know. Yeah, anyways. Sign me up, let's go. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to see. I mean, obviously, Starground, I'm still focusing first and foremost on finishing Starground, but it is nice to start thinking about other stuff on the side. So yeah. Anyways, that's big thing of what I've been doing all these days. I also came up with another game idea. It's something that I like initially thought of and I was like, yeah, maybe. And then but like it keeps I keep thinking about it a lot though. So you guys know Voices of the Void, right? That funny little game that we may play today. I think it's kind of cool. And it would be fun to make a game like Voices of the Void. It wouldn't be nearly as expansive. And it would probably be more focused. But I was thinking, like, something that's always a really cool setting to me is, like, Antarctica. right? Pretty epic. It's cold, barren, desolate. I think it could be really fun to make a game where you are like managing a base in Antarctica, you know? That might be kind of neat. I don't know. It's still something I'm thinking about. I think it would be more survival focused than something like Voices of the Void. Like there'd be more of an emphasis on having to survive and make sure you have enough food and dealing with like power generation. Yeah, it would definitely be a lot more like, yeah, survival focused. It wouldn't be so sandboxy. But it could be fun. And obviously I think, yeah, like The Thing, it's a really good horror setting too. The concept I came up with was that you have to survive in your place, but also you have like a job to do, which is drilling out subglacial ice cores, you know? And then you have to like analyze the ice cores for different bacteria and stuff, fossils and whatnot. Could be kind of fun. I don't know. I've been thinking about it in the background. But I imagine there's like some cool stuff you could do with like, I would love to do dynamic snow where like it leaves like actual physical like footprints and marks in the snow, you know, whatever you call that. I don't know what kind of snow that would be called, but you know what I'm talking about. But I just imagine like, you know, you're just on your little ATV thing driving along and then you just see some footsteps in the snow. Instantly it's like, oh, you know, I'm not alone out here. There's a lot of potential, I feel like, for stuff like that. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. Nothing set in stone. But yeah, that one will probably take a little bit more of a backseat. Obviously, I've got Maze Game and stuff that I'm going to be focusing on. But we'll see. Anyways. So, Starground. I guess we'll work on this stupid game. This stupid game I hate. I don't hate Starground, but, you know, I wish I could work on things that are more fun. So what we're going to do is... Did I get all the collision stuff working? Oh yeah, I do like reparent, right? On the bombs. I think the bombs are good to go. I was thinking about making it not do it twice. Because I have explode count. I think down in here we just do 1. What was the game you were making with the friend of yours? That's probably Lured In that you're talking about, the fishing game. That's the one I'm doing with Saiku. Just for fun on the side. And then we've got Maze Game. Which will probably be the next like serious game. Learn In is going to be kind of more of a not like a massive full-time effort. It's going to be a tiny game. It's just going to be probably like $5 or something. But yeah, I would like to kind of mix like big project with smaller project on the side, you know? I don't know. I think it's a good dynamic. Because it's a good, like, I can branch out and mess with new technology and learn and experiment, but then also have, like, the main thing I'm working on at the same time. So I think that always works out pretty well. Like, if I can get Lured In done in just a couple months, then that would be ideal. I'd like to, like, get it pretty much finished up, drop a demo, and then, you know, full launch next year or something. Probably earlier on. Imagine I would do, like, if Next Fest is in like May or whatever, I would do demo in May and then probably launch like June. You know, a month after Next Fest. And I wouldn't do early access or anything, so immediately that like frees me up. That's one thing that I almost wish I didn't do with Starground. I mean, with Starground it made sense. Definitely because it's like a sandbox game. and there's a lot going on. It totally does make sense to do early access, but you know, it does kind of trap me. That's the only thing that I don't like about it. You don't think about it very often, but when you do early access, you're basically setting yourself up to have to continue working on it. Which, I mean, obviously on paper that, yeah, of course, nobody is surprised by that fact, but when you actually get into it, though, you start to realize, like, oh, it's a lot of work. Because you start off with this concept of, like, all right, Starground, get it done in 6 months. And so I think in a way that kind of makes you feel like, okay, well, I feel like I should be done with this game already, but now I have to work another 2 years on it. You know, I don't know. But you get what I'm putting down. It definitely can be a little tiresome. But that's another thing that side projects are good for, as it's like a little vacation. Because I think if you just work on the main project all the time, sometimes you can go a little insane. So. Anyways. So this funny guy. We need to add in more attacks. Right now he's just got the bombs. Here, let me open a mirror. Let me go look at the concept we have written down. I think we had like laser eyes. What else do we have in here? Oh yeah, there's like oil slicks and stuff, then the spawning of the little guys that pop out. Okay. Interesting. So we could set up enemy spawning pretty easily, I imagine. The question is, though, what enemies will this guy actually spawn? I don't know. Let's do function spawn enemies. And I'll probably just have a list of entity IDs. Var minion IDs. I imagine we're gonna spawn in like the Drog. I don't know if I want like a specific minion type for this guy or not. I don't know yet. But I think right now we can at least start off with the guys that we already have, you know, for this region. What's the other guy that we have in here? He was, it's not in there. It's in entities table. I always forget his name. It's like, Caloris. Something. Crepitus. I always forget. Yeah, we could just start with those two. And I would like to work on more actual enemies for this dungeon as well, but not super important right now. I still am wanting to focus on getting the experimental branch playable. Okay, so down in here, we're going to say for I in range 3, var enemy ID is equal to minion IDs pick random. Then we're going to say global.entities table.get enemy ID. I'll just call this a minion ID. So that gives us the data. And then we're going to say var minion is load. Minion data dot, I think, scene. Right, let me go make sure. Yeah, scene. Oh, and it's already loaded, so I can just say that dot instantiate. and add child. Oops. Global.world that add child. Moinoin. Also, I had to set their group. So set our room reference. And then also want to say minion.add to group. And that's whatever our current region is. So I think I just do here, I think I do that inside of enemy or whatever, an entity. Or really what I do it in is inside of the room, so like room 1. Okay, I just say dungeon region. Do I say that inside of the boss room spawner? Let's make sure. Add to group dungeon. Yeah, we do. Okay, so then I'm just gonna say in here, mod API to get region ID at position, global position. Then I'll just set this up here for our dungeon ID. All right, so now with this whole setup, should spawn in 3 guys, pick them, add them to the dungeon group, set a room reference, add them to the world. Also, we have to say there's a global position. I might do that via a projectile instead of them just like spawning in. So it's something that actually shoots out from the little like hole. I'll probably end up doing that. Can I ask, was the process of Starground getting published by Two Left Thumbs? Yeah, I mean, it was the way it started out. Well, we did the Kickstarter. It didn't go anywhere, but that kind of acted as like I guess a form of marketing for Graham or to Graham, because that's the way that like Graham actually noticed the game. So I guess if anything, that's one thing that Kickstarters are good for. But yeah, he messaged us on Discord, and honestly, initially I thought that he was not real. I kind of thought he was a bot or something. Just because like that seems like something that a bot would send of like, hey, I saw your Kickstarter and I want to, you know. But no, he was real. Because I asked and I was like, oh, I didn't know this was like a guy that because like Zach and stuff, they knew who Graham was. I didn't know who Graham was until Starground stuff, but yeah, I mean, that was the initial way that, you know, we started negotiations, and then we finalized a contract and just talked about the terms and stuff. After that, it was pretty straightforward. I had to do some stuff on the Steam side of things. Basically, I had to technically transfer ownership of the game over. And then that was pretty easy. I still have access to all the stuff, you know. That's why I say technical, because I mean, it's not that Graham owns the IP, it just makes it easier for payment, because that's how Steam does it, where Steam will only pay out to one person. So whoever owns the Steam stuff is the one being paid. But yeah, I mean, it's been pretty straightforward. There isn't really anything that's like weird or you wouldn't expect, you know? It's just a lot of like, once you do all the contract stuff initially, things are basically just the way that they've been the whole time, just normal. Yeah, I know we've talked with Graham about, you know, pairing updates and sales and stuff. I guess that's probably the only difference, really. of not being published. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you got any questions specifically about publishing stuff, I'm happy to answer them. Yeah, overall it's been really easy though. Yeah, I mean, it's really not that much different from self-publishing. Other than just the way that, like, you're paid. Because Steam basically pays Graham first, and then Graham pays me after his cut, right? So, yeah, it wasn't bad, though. I think something that might be really interesting, I'm not sure. I would have to, like, ask around and stuff, and probably talk about it with, like, an accountant. But I think something that would be nice about a publisher, too, is you could probably pay multiple different people without, like, tax issues. Because the way that it's set up right now is that basically I'm paid all of the money, and then I pay the other big boy gamers. But the problem with that is then I get a lot of taxes, you know, which kind of sucks. Yeah, I mean, if you did like a revenue split thing, it could be interesting of just, because if you have a publisher, they could just take all the money and then pay out everyone individually. So you wouldn't have to get like double taxed on your personal income. I don't know, something that I might have to ask about for other projects in the future. Because I know like with Lured In, right, I'm kind of doing that with Psycho. So it would be nice, because it gets really complicated, especially since he's in a different country. If that game was published, it would probably simplify that process a lot of like payouts. I don't know. These are all things I'll have to research, but yeah. I don't know. I think overall publishing is definitely interesting. I mean, there's always pros and cons. I mean, I had a pretty good experience with it with Starground, but I, you know, could see reasons someone might not want to. Of course. Publishing does mean that you lose out on a percentage of your income, and that's just a pretty universal thing no matter the publishing agreement, because otherwise, why would a publisher ever publish a game if they don't get anything out of it? And there can be potential hurdles with publishing stuff, like sometimes it's hard for me to view certain info about things since I'm not like the technical owner of the Steam account stuff. I mean, it's not really a big deal, but you know, still things that can be a little annoying sometimes. Yeah, there's stuff like that. I still own all the IP to Starground, so there's no issues there, but I know some publishing agreements sometimes do take the IP. Which means that they kind of like they basically tell you the way to develop your game. You know, so that's kind of a little bit of a bra moment. Somebody else being like, this is the game now, and this is what you're going to do. But it depends on the agreement, of course. I mean, if you're getting a massive payout, then it's probably not too bad. But that. I'm also gonna on this have a list of minions. Say var active minions. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. And yeah, if you have anything specific, let me know, because those are just some random general ramblings. But if you're looking for my experience with a very specific part of it or whatever, just any questions at all, honestly, let me know. Okay, active minions. So now down here, I'm also going to say active minions.pushback minion, and also minion.tree exiting.connect function active minions.erase minion. Just so that the array clears out. So the reason I've done all that is because I want to say if active minions.size is greater than a set amount, like let's say if there's more than like 10 minions, then we don't spawn any more minions. That way we just don't end up with a case where we have like a billion guys running around. It would be a little problematic. Can this fit onto an N64 cartridge? I don't think so. Starground is about 500 megabytes, I think. And how many megabytes? 5 to 50. Okay, 64 megabytes is the maximum size. So, yeah, it would definitely not fit. Yeah, I mean, it definitely would be possible, probably. Like, the vast majority of the thing that takes up all the space is sound. All the wave files and stuff. I could totally see, like, compressing all the audio, and then it would probably be doable. But, I don't know. Would be cool, but also the thing is it wouldn't really work. It would have to... It's complicated to get games working for other consoles like that, because you can't just use GD script. I'd have to, like, recompile the game to a different language, which would... It would all break. Yeah, the game's pretty small, though. It's pretty easy to download. I'm just considering my options. Finding a job kind of doesn't go as planned. Maybe the better option would be if you think Tower Breakout could be pitched. Yeah. I mean, we definitely can pitch it to publishers and stuff for sure. Yeah, that's honestly kind of the same boat I was in after I graduated university. I looked around for jobs and stuff, and it was just kind of insane on how few there were, and especially how few there were that I was even eligible for. I think that's the big issue. Because, like, a lot of them were plus 5 years experience, and most of them also were, like, you actually have to be there physically. There weren't very many, like, you know, remote jobs. You know, normally that's fine, but the issue is, like, with the tech sector, the computer science. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me. But at least the issue for the tech sector in the US is it's very clustered, where, like, almost every tech job is, like, based in the massive big cities, like LA, you know, Silicon Valley area. Or like New York. But the issue is those places are so expensive to live. There's no way I could ever take a job like that and just hope and pray. Because if I, like, get fired or anything like that, then now I'm screwed because I live in this area that's so expensive I can't afford it. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's kind of messed up right now. Yeah, it's crazy. There's, like, almost no internships. Because that's what I was looking around for, but it's ridiculous. I couldn't find one that would actually work out. There were some like unpaid internships, but again, it's the same issue where you have to move to a really expensive city, which is just not, it's not reasonable. It's not realistic to do that for something that's you're not even getting paid for, right? Doesn't work. Yeah, same. Check it with the housing. Everyone is in Prague. Yeah. Yeah, I imagine it's not an issue just in the US. I don't know. It's messed up right now. I think it's because, like, a lot of the need for entry-level developers is diminished, right? Because, like, with more AI stuff and more automation, like, all the basic programming tasks are now you know, done automatically, but at the same time there's a massive need now for more, like, seasoned software engineers. So it's the balance right now is terrible. It's really bad. I hope people stop getting computer science degrees so that the industry kind of works itself out eventually. But yeah, I don't know. This is the exact reason though why I was just like, man, I'm gonna try and make my own games, because if I don't know how I'd ever get a job and make money. And I didn't want to, like, get a job that I didn't want. Like, I don't want to go work at McDonald's or something, so I guess I'm a little stuck with it, but that's fine. It's kind of fun, though. I would love to be able to do game development as, like, a full-time thing, you know? I mean, I am doing it full-time right now. It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm making very much money off of it, but hopefully I can continue to make more. I don't know. That's always the big hurdle with game development stuff. I imagine it's a lot easier depending on the country you live in. Because, like, the US at least has a very high cost of living, relatively speaking. But there's some countries out there where it's, like, really cheap to live. Housing is, like, nothing. Food is cheap. I don't know. The play would probably be to, like, move to one of those countries. You know? Earn, like, a US salary making games online, but then your cost of living is super low, though. Would be kind of nice. But I don't know. I think emigrating is a way more complicated process than people realize, though. It's not like I can just be like, okay, I'm gonna go move to this country now, bye. Like, you have to get approved, and it's super expensive, and a lot of countries have really strict emigration or immigration laws. Why is he not spawning any enemies? Oh, I didn't, like, set this to auto start or anything. Auto start. Let's set it to every 10 seconds. He was pretty strict, yeah. It's too bad. I don't know why immigration and stuff like that is so, like, difficult. I don't know. I think it's pretty easy in Canada's, from what I've heard, but Canada, I don't know if I'd ever move to Canada because it's basically the exact same as the US, which is that everything's super expensive. So there'd be no benefit. And also it's bordering the US, so it wouldn't even be that different anyways. Yeah, I don't know. There's not really a whole lot of places to go. I mean, it's definitely possible to emigrate, but I don't know. I'd rather just focus on trying to make enough money to live here. There are places in the US that are much cheaper, but they always have a downside, you know? Like, there's some places kind of southeast that are, like, really cheap to buy housing, but the housing is so cheap because there's, like, nothing over there, though. Right? The, like, area you live in is very, isolated. Whoa, why did that spawn a... What? Why would he spawn a centipede guy? Why is he spawning that? I did say crepitus, right? Did I accidentally change the scene or something? Starground crepitus. That is so odd. Oh. Weird. But then what do I have inside of the loot table? Oh, I'm just straight up loading in the scenes. Okay. Very interesting. Well, whatever, it's fixed now. Yeah, enemy spawning seems to be working pretty well. Hopefully the enemy list and stuff like that is all working out. I'm gonna go ahead and relaunch this and print out. Someone is asking in Discord when the update is gonna come out. Oh yeah. Oh, sneak peeks. Let's welcome in Ryan. Let me go take a look at that. Next update, yeah. Let's reply back to that now. The experimental ranch for 0.15 should be ready very soon. So we want to get it to a spot where it's playable. As far as the full finished, it's 1:15. I'm guessing sometime around November 19th. I want to spend a ton of time. Everything very polished and refined. especially since we are getting closer to 1.0. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, how's it going, Ryan? What have you been up to? Okay, so down here, I'm just gonna print whenever there's a tries to spawn them in, print active minions. Oh, Escape the Backrooms is in 1.0. Reading Seasons DM. Yeah, this one. This one was pretty good. Yeah, this is one of the Backrooms games. Yeah, I was kind of just waiting for more content with this one, but now that it's in 1.0, I'll have to try it out again. Cool. Yeah, backroom stuff is interesting. There's been a lot of bad backrooms games, but there's a couple like this one that are pretty decent, I would say. Oh yeah, that's a freaking vibe though. What? That little that used to be my dentist's office. That little rubber log thing. That's crazy. Yeah, I need to play this game this season. Epic. We had an idea a long time ago for an open world backrooms game. Would have been kind of awesome. But then there was another game that came out or was announced like immediately, which is Backrooms World or whatever. The Backrooms World. This one. But yeah, I don't know what's going on. They've announced this game a long time ago. Nothing has been said or happened, so I'm pretty sure it's abandoned. Yeah, I don't know. But the whole Backrooms fad is kind of over anyway, so I don't know if it would even be worth the time to work on it, to ever make a Backrooms game ever again. Yeah, I don't know. Doing decent, working on a tech tree simulation for practice. Oh yeah, nice. The games I'm playing does it really cool and I want to emulate it. Yeah, that's sick. Yeah, it's always fun to do stuff like that. It's just like a cool little thing that a game does and just try and replicate it just to learn and stuff. It's always cool. It's very helpful to do stuff like that, like, you know, tinker and try and learn how games do things, because it's just gives you good ideas for things. Game is under development. Yeah, I like how like Dome Keeper does it and stuff. It's pretty straightforward, but you know, it works and it does a good job with their whole tech tree. That's their scenario stuff, like this stuff. But yeah. To be honest, all the Backrooms games kind of blend together for me. I completely understand what you mean. There's most of them to me also blend in. I think the issue with a lot of Backrooms games is that there's so many interesting Backrooms levels, but they only explore like the first 5, you know? Like with a lot of these games, like Escape Together and stuff, like it's fine, but it's just like, I've already played through all these levels, you know what I mean? Like I've played the pool rooms and I've done the frickin' first level, this one, you know, I've done the pipe dreams level. And these levels are so like simple. There's not really much else you can do with these. I think that's always the downfall, is it's like the 5 same levels in every Backrooms game. This does like interesting, but I don't know. But yeah, that's what I like about Escape the Backrooms, because it does actually do different levels. I mean, obviously it's got the basics, but there's like some interesting ones it dives into, like this one. I haven't even played this one yet, so that's interesting. But some of the more obscure ones, like the Infinite Staircase stuff, I haven't seen this one yet either. But there's definitely more interesting environments in this one for sure. I would like to play through this game again fully. Now that it's in 1.0, I'll definitely have to try it out. But yeah, I don't know. It's definitely a lot of Backrooms games just kind of blend in though. They're all almost the exact same game, so I don't blame you at all. That's always like, that's one of the reasons why I kind of feel like I would probably never really make a Backrooms game and it probably would never work out. Because like, it's gonna be extremely hard to actually stand out from other Backrooms games, right? Because it's all the same thing. I don't know how you would like make your game different, right? Yeah. I don't know. It's interesting. Backrooms is a cool concept for sure. But I like games that kind of take that liminal vibe but do their own thing. Like, I feel like a game that kind of does that in a weird way well is like Abiotic Factor in a way. It's not, I wouldn't necessarily call it a liminal space game, but there's like the whole idea of like building a base inside of like an office, like a facility, kind of gives me Backrooms vibes. Like repurposing furniture and scavenging for random little items and knickknacks around. Like, I feel like that's a much better take on that kind of thing. But yeah. Are AWS service crashing again? I hope not. Because I think then the stream would die, wouldn't it? Here, I can check by going to Amazon. It seems okay for me. I would try refreshing the page. Sometimes Twitch is very quirky about that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, I forgot to reply back. Hold on guys, 1 second. Alright. Anyways. Let's go to the boss. Okay. Let's make sure he spawns in his enemies. Should spawn them in three enemies every 10 seconds, yeah. And then I'm checking down in here for the list of enemies, which I do not see them in there. So obviously it didn't. Oh no, it did work. It's probably just showing the list of enemies from, I think it's printing before I actually add them, isn't it? Yeah. But no, it is adding them to the list, so I think we're good. And it shows all the drogs in there. Let's kill the drogs now, and then make sure that they actually get cleared out. So, almost all the drogs are dead. Let's make sure that the, it doesn't show the drogs in there anymore. Yeah. Yeah, it seems to work. It'll set a cap of like 10 guys so it doesn't end up spawning in 1 billion enemies. Because there's bosses that can do that sometimes in games and it's not fun. Because you have like 1,000 guys attacking you at the same time. It just gets a little ridiculous. Yeah, it should work then. Cool. Oh yeah, Season, sorry, I was about to message you back. Yeah, I'm streaming right now, so I'm not free, but hopefully after stream I should have a little bit of time to call, so we can do it then. Why did it just spawn in that guy? Oh no, it didn't actually spawn him in. That's just the corpse of the Crepitus right now. Yeah, we need to finish up the Crepitus stuff. His animations and everything is done. I just need to draw his corpse and then that's pretty much it. Oh. Yeah, we need to add in more enemies to this zone. But that's something I'll do later on. I just want to focus on getting this playable first. Come on. Okay, he's dead. I was, hey, Kinkles, welcome in. Yeah, I too did not know you're streaming. No, it's all good. Yeah, sorry. Anyways, to, respond back to you. Yeah, so I'm working away at it. I've got 0.15 pretty much playable. So that'll be up publicly available on the experimental branch. I'll put up an announcement and everything about that. So as long as you're signed up for the experimental update. I see your GIF in here, yeah. Yeah. I do apologize. I'm trying to get things. I am spending a bit longer on this update specifically, just because it's like we're at a spot right now where we're definitely approaching 1.0, and so I want to start like kind of cycling back and refining other things and fixing bugs and stuff a lot more. That's been kind of my focus a little bit more this time for this update. So I just want to really work on that stuff. Yeah, hopefully we'll get this update up, and then I think the next automation update will be very quick turnaround, because I already have a very clear idea of what I want to do for that. And the thing is too, is we've already added in like 3 automation planets, so the like process of making a new automation planet now has been very refined already. Yeah. Hopefully it won't take very long. I'm guessing like 0.15 will be done like November, and then probably the next automation update like end of the year, probably December. I fixed the super fast OP pommel dagger build. I have not fixed it yet. It's still in the game. I mean, it kind of becomes less and less of a problem as I add in more kinds of weapon parts, you know what I mean? Because like there's now other blades and stuff that do more damage, so it's not as OP as it used to be. Especially now with like ranged weapons and stuff, that also makes like the dagger not as useful. So I don't know. I mean, I'll probably still change the Schrommel to be a percentage-based thing, but yeah, like I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily a huge issue. I think it's fine if people find a good build, and especially if it's gonna eventually become obsolete. I don't see the problem with keeping it in, I suppose. But we'll see. I probably will make Schrommels percentage-based though, because the Schrommels do apply to other weapons as well. I think you can technically put a Schrommel on a ranged weapon too. So I don't want to break things, you know. But yeah. Did some funky hand things. I won't mess with anything. We'll see. We'll dive into that. Yeah, hopefully after stream. I am quite tired, but I'll try and be awake. Ooh. My eye, it's itchy. Okay. Alright, so he's spawning enemies. He's got the bombs. What other attacks do we have listed down? Okay, so we got the laser eye attack, which we can also do. I'll say this new model's taught me some things. I'm glad I'm learning. Yeah, that's cool. Definitely, it's good to run through that stuff and learn. Shoot. Shoot. I can't get rid of my items. Okay, we gotta go quick. Dude. Oh, I had another one. Oh my god. Stop. No! Okay. Here, I'm just gonna clear my inventory. There we go. Alrighty. So... oh yeah, there's also the oil slicks, which I almost forgot about. Does he spit it out? I guess so. So we'll do that too. Oh, snooze the out. Yeah, that item drop is... I know. I want to think about... I don't know. Maybe I'll do a thing where dropped items don't have the magnetization effect. Because it is a little frustrating when you have the magnet in your inventory and you want to drop an item, but you keep picking it up over and over. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll probably do that where an item that you have dropped personally, its range is like small. But then like items that you get like from loot and stuff, like if you mine a rock and it drops an item, the distance for those is affected by the magnet and stuff. I'll have to update the little tooltip for the magnet probably, because I'll have to specify that it's not just any item, but specifically like naturally dropped items. Oh, stupid bug. Because it's so hard to drop something to a friend, I have to quickly run away. Yeah, no, I totally know what you mean. It is a little annoying. I'll probably I'll go ahead and write that down right now, just so I don't forget. Because I would like to do that. Make it so manually dropped items have a short pickup range. Yeah. Because I'd like to be able to have like a lot more precision with that. Because like if I have an item here and I drop it, like let's turn off God mode. I want like the player to have to literally walk on top of it, I think. For that case, like obviously if you're collecting rocks you want those to suck up from far away, but these not the case because you're dropping it to your friend, right? So it's like you don't want to immediately pick it back up. That's something that's also like a problem in Minecraft too. So but yeah, it's written down, so we'll work on getting that added for sure. This bug is annoying me. Get out of here! Go away! Alright. So let's see. Laser eye attack. How would that work? I guess we could just do a line 2D, probably. I mean, unless I want to do, like, the same effect that I've done with the player. Because we can just go copy that from the player, the laser beam. I've used that in a couple places, like on the player and then also on the asteroid collector. If it'll load, there we go. My friend are hooked on Starground, such a low-key fun game. That's why I was bugging about the update. No, yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll try and get it going soon. Yeah, it should be totally fine to play in the experimental update. I usually try not to break things very often. Like, if there's something that I know is going to break something, I try and get that finished and working before I put the experimental update up. Because it would be a little frustrating if people's saves constantly got broken. Where is this laser? I don't even know. Trying to look for it. It's not Sprite 2D. It's nothing in there. It's not under there. It's not in the laser. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it is in the laser. Okay, so anyways, now I can go... Oh. Back into the cat boss. So I should be able to just put this in. We can make it red. So let's make this unique. Recursive. Nope, don't do recursive. I think all this stuff is mostly good. So yeah, I can control the length of this beam like this. We'll set the starting position on the eye right there. So now we should be able to figure out the position by rotating and here. And also changing the length of it. So it should work out. So let's just change this outline color to be red. Somewhere around there for now is probably okay. Snooze the ad again. So we're just kind of function, probably that's like function begin laser attack. Next update is going to be huge, I suppose. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff so far that we've added. Here, I can go over some of the new things because it's definitely going to be the biggest update so far, I think. At least it's in terms of sheer changes. Content-wise, I'm not sure. It's still going to be a lot, but a lot of the update is focused on like bug fixing and just refinement of things. But yeah, let's just go to our commits. There's been a lot of commits recently. So I think, when did I first start working on this update? Yeah, that's the inventory upgrades. I think it was somewhere around here. Yeah, it was this 0.02 patch was the last one. So some of the stuff that we've added is we've done a bunch of fixes to the conveyors. Or it was this one, I think, was the last one. I don't know, one of these. Yeah, what are these? So yeah, there's going to be questing now. That's one thing. There's going to be a whole new dungeon. Tons of performance improvements, which is going to be really nice. There's now a new NPC in the Space Hub, Bud, and he will sell you inventory upgrades. So yeah, there's all the stuff that comes with the new dungeon, like the new boss and new enemies and stuff. Hopefully I can also add in some Halloween content for fun. There's also creative mode now, which is nice. It's not necessarily relevant to everybody that plays the game, but it is convenient. Yeah, a whole bunch of bug fixes for sure. So yeah, I would say the main things... Oh yeah, also the new minimap changes are nice. A lot of the new changes are quality of life focused, but there's some new content to dabble with. I'm trying to like add in more things. Like one of my big content focuses right now are things that can bridge the gap between automation and dungeoning. So like, for example, with the inventory upgrades, that's just one of the things. And like with Bud, also there's like the artifact merging now, which helps a lot. So yeah, that should be in the game now. Questing is also nice too. It's just like a good little, you know, side activity for people to do while they're out and about dungeoning and stuff. Imagine that could be helpful for bridging the gap between the two sides quite a bit. Yeah, just little things like that. I've still got a lot of stuff planned out. I want to do buildable flooring, so you can like place down different floors on the ground and stuff. It would be really cool, I think. I'd also like to do other inventory upgrades too. Right now we've got artifact merging and like increasing your stack size, but I also want to do one that increases the number of slots too via research. There's also a couple new buildings, just like the sign building. Yeah, there's been so many things. I need to start actually creating an actual change log. I need to just go through all the commits and merges and just like tally them all up. But yeah. Creative mode is nice because even on Minecraft, I often like to build out my plan for automation stuff and creative first. Yeah. And like a big thing with creative mode, I think, is it lets you kind of like you're saying, you can build it in creative mode and then blueprint it, and then now you can build it in survival mode, right? That's something that's very nice with creative. Because otherwise you would have to do that manually, or like on a different save in survival, but now you can just do it. Yeah, it'll be pretty nice, I think. Yeah, there's still a whole bunch of things I want to add into this update for sure. Questing will be cool. I need to add more quests. I've got a bunch of I've already done those things. Yeah, I want to add in achievements. That's another big thing. Which we have all the icons and stuff for that drawn out, so I just need to implement the logic, which should be pretty straightforward. Yeah, I've done a bit of like Space Hub reworking. We want to start doing like weapon merging, where you can, each weapon kind of has like a tier associated with it. So you have like a common weapon, and you can merge like 3 of them together into an uncommon weapon component. So that's like a way to kind of reuse your older components that aren't very useful anymore. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff though. And I've got all these ideas for rebalancing and stuff too. Also, we got an ad starting soon. My apologies, gamers. Yeah, whole load of things. Yeah, cassettes is another thing. It's basically just going to be a little collectible like music disc that you can find out and about. Yeah, it'll be a nice update though. It's more of a polish update than anything, but it's also more dungeon focused too, so there should be some fun content to go through. Yeah. Finally Twitch stopped messing with your stream. Yeah, sorry about this, Spencer. I don't know why Twitch is always stupid. There's so many people that have issues with Twitch just like freaking out. I don't know why it's so unstable all the time. Okay, so begin laser attack. I'm gonna have a couple things. So we're gonna have a variable that's like var laser active. So bool, just false by default. So here we're gonna say laser active is true. We're also gonna start up the. There's a new thing I learned. And I'll show you guys what it is. We can say tween.tween method, and then call laser tween, and we can say from 0 to 1 over the course of 0.5 seconds. Now function laser tween, which will just have value, and then we're gonna say beam.material.set shader parameter progress value. So that should work. So this is going to start up the beam. It's going to go and then go up. Laser active will be true, so it'll start dealing damage to people. And I guess I don't want this to necessarily just point straight to the player, because that would kind of feel unfair. But maybe it just kind of goes around in a circle around the guy. That would probably be the way to do it. So I think we'll just say in process, if we have not died, if laser active, then we're going to say beam.rotation plus equals 1 times delta. We can also assign a shape cast to the beam. Or not even a shape cast. I think what I might do in this case is actually a area 2D. And then we can give this a collision shape. I'll probably make this beam a little less long. What's the size now? 272. Let's go to 128 maybe. Probably go a little longer than that. 192. Then this will be a line. I'll switch that to rectangle. Let's position this down a little bit. Should be like 20. 192. Here, let's just like position it properly. Boom. So now all we have to do is just say body entered on here on cat boss. If laser is active, let's just say if not laser active, return. If body is entity, then we say body dot take damage dot RPC. Let's just say 1. So yeah, that's basically it. Hopefully the laser works then. We do have to mention or reference a knockback value. Also, ads are over. Sorry about that. Okay. And I'll also do in here, we'll say tween interval. Yeah, welcome back from the ads. Sorry about that. Let's say the laser activates for 10 seconds or something. And then we say tween method laser tween 1.0 to 0. Or it's 2.5 seconds. And then I'm going to say await tween dot finished. And say laser active is false. So really we just need to just call this. It doesn't even need to be begin laser attack. It just is laser attack. So let's just run through this, make sure we're good. So it's going to activate the laser state, create a tween. It'll boot up, go for 10 seconds, boot back down. As soon as that's finished, we say laser active is back to false. And yeah, that should all work, I think. Let's make sure that this material progress by default is set to progress 0. And also make sure that it's not going to conflict like with mouse, just say ignore. And let's try it out. Martian. Yeah. Ads are crazy. Alright, that's all going to happen on body entered. Whenever, yeah, that should all work. Alright, cool. So let's see, what do we want to do here now? Let's set up another timer for when this attack activates. Call this, start laser. And let's make this one activate since it goes for like 10 seconds. Every 30 seconds, let's say, maybe. It'll probably just do 1 damage, but we could definitely change that amount. We'll just have to see. Yeah, so that'll go for 10 seconds of that time. So it'll be every 20 seconds, basically. We go a little less just to try it out first. This will be on 50% of the time. Then just connect it to laser attack. Yeah, I might make it do more than 1 damage since it is like a slow attack. It's pretty easy to avoid. Usually, the more avoidable the attack is, the more damage it does. So, I might up it to 2. Also, this is a more like difficult boss, so maybe 2 makes more sense. Okay, I think we should be good to go. All we really have to do then is just assign a what's the word? I can't talk, guys. I actually forgot what I was gonna say. I was gonna assign something. Oh yeah, we had to attach a noise to it, but that should be it. Oh yeah, mining target is this. I forgot. So I'm gonna copy this over, go put it onto our funny little cat guy. I want the end of the beam to have like that little blob. So we're going to paste this on. Delete all this other stuff. So now it's got this thing that we put at the very end. This is going to be on autoplay like that. I'll change the color of it, but this is just testing right now. Okay, let's also do some other things in here. So let's just say, I'll set this back to be progress of 1 just so I can preview it. We'll say on ready, beam.visible is false. And then over on start laser attack, say beam visible is true. Then over here we say beam visible is false. So now this thing can just be constantly active. All right. So yeah, I mean, I think this should work. Let's go try it out, see what happens. All right, continue on to save 1. Go into Conical. Myself into God. And then go to the boss room. So we gotta wait for it to activate, but it should be every like 15 seconds. We're just gonna sit here and wait. Should be pretty soon. Oh, there it goes. So that seems to work pretty well. And then after like 10 seconds, it should go away. Yeah, there it goes. Okay, so let's go into survival mode, make sure that this actually works. I mean, I think it should, but we better make sure. Oh, wait. My game mode's set to normal. Doesn't seem to do any damage to me. That stuff does damage. Interesting. Let's wait for it to start up again. Yeah, it just doesn't want to... Oh, it's probably just because I'm stupid. I didn't set the proper collision. I have to set mask to 2. Okay, let's try this again. Come on, load up. Load up, game. All right. So you'll probably have that laser attack and then also the oil spill, and I think we're at a pretty good spot then for attacks. We still also need to have his like on foot stage. So that's something that we'll have to implement, but hopefully it's not too difficult. We'll see. Make sure I'm in normal mode. Then let's test out this laser. I hope it just works. Oh, how come we can't? Oh, the navigation map is probably broken for this room. Yeah, look at that. It's doing damage to me. Yeah, that works pretty well. It's also interesting because it actually deals damage to other to enemies as well. So I might check and make sure it's actually the player, because it feels kind of pointless to spawn in guys and then kill all of them. So I'll just say as long as it's the player. But yeah, we should be good to go then for that attack. We can throw in a sound. And let's actually assign that to the target node so that you get a little bit of directional audio for where the laser beam is. Right? Let's just get a sound in here. It's probably going to be deafeningly loud. And then maybe we just set a really low pitch scale. Yeah. We'll start with -5 decibels. I stopped from playing? Okay. So now we just put that in there. Play it at the beginning, and then at the end. Stop it. Stop it. We have the beam logic, where if the player is in front of the beam won't be fully extended. We'll stop it where it's hitting the player. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, where like the player blocks the beam. I don't think I'm gonna do that. I mean, technically I could, but I just don't see like I guess the benefit. I mean, I suppose the only benefit would be that you could block the laser beam from hitting your friend or something, but I don't know. I think it's fine without it. Typically with those kinds of things, like, it's neat, but I probably won't add that in unless it serves a very good, meaningful purpose, because otherwise it just makes it take longer to develop things, so I'll probably leave that out for now. But yeah. Alright. So I'll only go when the beam is on. I still have to get all of this new content working with multiplayer, which is going to be kind of a pain. That's one of the reasons I want to do the experimental branch early like this. Because I want people to be able to mess with this stuff and interact with it and just make sure that everything is working properly as intended on multiplayer. Yeah, I don't think it's necessary, just thinking of it. Yeah, no, it could be interesting, but yeah, this is one of those things, I mean, unless it had a really good reason, I probably won't do it. I'm kind of in the mode right now where I just really want to get things done. So, oops. You can modulate a sound node? Why would you even do that? What's the point of that? Yeah, I could modulate this to be red. I don't like how that looks at all, though. So I'm probably going to actually just duplicate this sprite sheet and just make it red. I don't really know what it's called. Let's go take a look at that. What is this file? miningtarget.png. We're just going to do a variant of this that's red. Oh yeah, I'm on the wrong palette now. Let's save that palette. Rename it to, what's the palette name? Lured in. Save it. Now, let's go back to Starground's palette. I don't know where it is. There it is. Ah, Starground. I love when Krita just doesn't do what I want. So cool. Yeah, I mean, I know it inherits. It's just odd because, like, it's invisible, you know, so I don't know. Okay, let's do orange and then red. Yeah, that should work. So, hey, Tapinks, welcome back in. How's it going? So I'm going to save this as mining target red. I know it's not a mining target, but don't worry about it. Let's say make unique on the sprite frames. We'll get our mining target red. It's like 6 frames. Okay. Should be auto playing now, and now it's red. Very good. Probably weirder things than that. Oh, for sure, yeah. Okay. Let's load it up. I wonder if I should have made the laser the same color as his eye. Probably. It's fine, guys. Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it, guys. It's okay. Everything will be fine. Ah. Stupid bug, guys. I hate this bug. Come on, do your funny laser. Just want to make sure the sound and stuff is working. Yeah. It's working pretty well. Yeah, I think that should work. And then it'll go like... So he'll have like a little bit of an initial delay, but then after that he'll just kind of go on and off of half laser, half not laser. Which is probably okay. I think it's fine, because like the laser is pretty slow and it's really easy to dodge because you can just go around. And it's not like it's the entire arena or something, it's just like a small radius. You know, like it's not really that hard to dodge. So I think it'll probably be fine. We'll see. This is what testing is all about, so I can like, you know, kill it. I've been trying to capture it, but it keeps flying away, so I don't know where it is now. It like disappears for a while, then comes back in 10 minutes. So I want to share that I tried abstract classes and functions today. They're super nice. I just need abstract signals. Oh yeah. There's no abstract signals then? That's interesting. Yeah. Haven't messed with abstract classes yet. They're pretty new. I think that's with 4.5. How does that work? So basically you can just set it as abstract and then you have to inherit everything from it, right? Yeah, so you can't instantiate it directly. Okay. There's no implementation. If we're new line or semicolon, it's expected after the function header. Yeah, so it's just abstract classes. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I can definitely see using that. There's no way to really work that into Starground as it is, because like there's a lot of logic that's ran inside of entity and stuff, but it's definitely interesting. Alrighty. That's where I drop stuff. We got the boss, we got the laser, we got the enemy spawning. Yeah, we just need oil. And also the cat going on foot. Yeah, they have a very specific use case. Yeah. It's nice though, just to have the option. That is something I love about Godot, is that there's so many options. I like the approach they take to things. You know, where like it's a lot of like they don't really usually add things for like ultra specific use case. Or like, how do I word this? They just like, Godot is just good at being a very open set of tools, and then you can kind of figure out the use case for them. You know what I mean? I feel like it's the kind of the same thing with the abstract class. I mean, like, it might not be super useful for every scenario, but it's just like, it's nice to have it as another tool in your belt, as another alternative way to design things. I always really liked that about Godot. Like, that was something that GameMaker doesn't do. Like, when GameMaker has stuff, it's like, this is what you use it for. Like, this ultra-specific scenario. You lose out on a lot of, like, I feel like, a creativity in how you solve your problems. Let's find out that you can set up the project so that it warns you if variable or return type is not typed. Yeah, I saw that in there. Yeah, you can set it as, like, a warning and stuff. Oh. It would be interesting if you, if I enabled that in Starground, I'd get like a quadrillion warnings. But yeah, I could definitely see that being useful to starting on a new project if you're like specifically wanting to go for a statically typed game. But yeah. Sorry you guys can't see what I'm doing. I'm just looking at the looking at our little quickie mural board over here. Baron Chonk Caligo. Is that his name? Oh yeah, I do need to ask Zach about that. So thank you for the speed. What's up, K-Mac? Welcome in. How's it going? What have you been up to? Yeah, turn on forces you to think about the structure more. Yeah, definitely. So let's see, what do we need to do here? So bombs are done. I'm just gonna mark these off. Bing. Let's do the big green. That one's done. Laser eye. Bombs. So yeah, there's just like this one where he's on foot now. And then the oil slick. This is the other one. You can see as the GIF plays. So basically the oil slick just makes you slippery. The only thing though is that we already have ice in the arena, which makes you slippery. So I don't know if I actually need to really add the oil slick. I do like the idea of it being like, you know, the flammable oil is kind of cool. But I don't know. What's up? How we doing? Yeah, it's going good. We're just working on the boss for Starground right now for 0.15. He's like a big cat guy. I think almost all the attacks are all done. We just got to work on like his animations and stuff, and we should be good to go. Animating him is gonna suck, but it is what it is. Yeah, just set it in. Actually, I just got in the door a little bit ago. Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, this is Miro. It's basically all it is just a board that you can access online and you can like invite people to, and you can like put images and write text on it. It's just a good way to like synchronize what we're working on, I guess, right? Just have like a shared development space where we can like post. We mainly just use it for like planning out things, like concepts and stuff like that. But yeah, but it's pretty nice. It is free. There are some limitations though that are a little annoying. Like you're only allowed to have up to 3 boards. So what we've been doing is actually cheating, and we've just been putting all of our other games on the same board. So basically it's just the Big Boy Games board and not the Starground board. But but yeah, it's pretty good. There's other boards, but they have like limits on the number of objects you can create and stuff, which is always really frustrating. Miro does not have any limits on object count or file size, so it's just very convenient. I think so far out of all the ones I've used, Miro is probably my favorite. I've messed with Lucid Chart. Lucid Chart's fine, but it's not really not as good as Miro. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can like import GIFs and stuff. I mean, I don't know if you can actually draw like out full animations. I'm not sure. I haven't really tried. But yeah, Miro's definitely pretty powerful. And they've got a lot of like presets and stuff. I like that they added the dock object, so you can like basically it's pretty new. It's pretty much just like Google Docs. So you have like stuff like this where you can like all work on the same text document at the same time. It's pretty nice. Yeah, they got a bunch of these different like preset things. A prototype, I don't know what that is. Yeah, I need to Miro prototypes, I don't care. Tables, timelines, diagrams. Kanban also is cool. So you could have like a shared issue board and stuff. Just a bunch of stuff in here. Honestly, a lot of different things that you can get without having to upgrade. There's a couple things in here where you need like the Miro Premium, but you can do most things. So so far Miro's been pretty nice. Yeah, I've used Lucid quite a bit and it's annoying. It's almost like too whiteboardy. I kind of know what you mean. I like how, I don't know, Miro compared to Lucid Chart or whatever it is feels a little more like flexible. Like I feel like drawing on here is better. And like in terms of like the different things you can import and stuff. I don't know. I just like Miro better for that aspect. I like that Miro feels way more like a canvas than a whiteboard, you know? Looks like better Google Docs and stuff. I mean, that's kind of practically what it is. It's like having a drawing program and Google Docs mixed into one. So you can like import a doc like this, and now you have Google Docs right here. But you can also like draw stuff on top of it or add other little images and import things. It's kind of nice. Yeah, and it's free. Pretty epic. You do have to eventually pay, I think, if you have like too many members and stuff like that, maybe. But we're nowhere near that amount. I don't know how much Miro Premium is. I could look it up. Miro Premium cost. Blah, blah, blah. So it's $8 per member. It's fine, I guess. But I could see that getting a little expensive if you have a bunch of people on your board. But yeah, I don't know if it's really necessary, though, honestly. I feel like the free one is good enough. I don't like that they have all the AI garbage constantly annoying you, but you can pretty much ignore it, though, so it's fine. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can just get around the unlimited board thing by just using the same board for everything. You kind of don't really need separate boards. Just have a section for one concept and a section for the other, you know? Because you can also, like, make a panel or whatever. Oh, I'm spoiling everything. In here somewhere, or it's like one of these. You can make a frame. So you can just make a frame and put all your stuff in this frame. And now you have like a separate sub board, basically. You know, that's what we do all the time. It's just an easy way around the board limit. Yeah. Anyways. Okay, so let's stop printing out this garbage in here. Yeah, we still gotta go through all this and like get it working with multiplayer, because as it is now, it's not gonna work. Laser attack will happen on both sides, but it kind of, I guess it's fine for this to happen on both sides, but I need like the collision checking down here to only happen for the server and stuff. And I also need to synchronize when this starts. Because if somebody leaves the server and joins back in, then the times at which the lasers are active gets desynced. So, yeah, we'll work on all that stuff. I'm not going to do it right now because it's just boring and stupid, but I'll get into that, though. I still got to go through and do that on, like, everything that's new. Some of the things I've been testing with multiplayer already, but a lot of the, like, new content I haven't bothered yet. But we will, don't worry. Definitely gonna look into that, yeah, for sure. I think it's pretty, my nose is so itchy. I think it's pretty useful. I used to use, Trello, which it was fine, but the issue with Trello is that, it's kind of just like a Kanban board where you can't, like, draw anything or do any, like, fancy creative, or, like, import images and all that jazz. Here, I can go load up Trello. Not now. Guys. Here, I actually have the bounding main Trello board. Crazy. But yeah, like, it's Trello's fine, but it's basically just a board. I think you have to pay premium for other things. And this is one of the reasons why I like I like Miro more than Trello because I can like draw things and do quirky things. But yeah. Why do I put all these stickers on here? Have I seen the game Tower Networking Inc? I don't know. I don't think so. Tower Networking Inc. I have not seen this game. And you actually have to like manage a network. It's pretty crazy. You have a balance? Yeah. Like components and stuff. Yeah. That's pretty cool. Yeah, you have to get like server racks and stuff. Crazy. Internet service provider simulation game. Yeah, that would just be like work. It'd just be like, you might as well just go do it for real and make money. But no, it's pretty cool though. I do like games like this that give you the opportunity to explore different like jobs like this. You know? You know, you do that as work? Yeah, yeah. But I think it's the same niche as like American Truck Simulator and stuff. It's just like it's an easy way to like learn about that stuff and immerse yourself in that kind of world without having to be so serious about it. Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Like it does make me curious. It would be kind of fun to mess around with this sort of thing. I imagine it sucks and is hard, but also at the same time, it might be a little bit fun. But yeah. So thank you for the follow, Tappinks. I appreciate it. Oh, is this a check game? Yeah. It's pretty epic. That'd be wild. You have to manage your cables and stuff. Yeah, you have to like manage all the power stuff, and God, it's gotta be crazy. All the the cables are actually like simulated. So it's multiplayer? I see 2 players here, right? Yeah, it's got a multiplayer mode. That's crazy. Whack. It would be kind of fun. But I imagine if you haven't done networking stuff before, it would be very not fun. Trying to like learn how to do it. It's probably a ton of work. Yeah, pretty cool though. Oh, American Truck Simulator is? Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. I didn't know that. American Truck Sim is really fun. I've played a lot of that game. Not right now. This game's really fun. It's just cool being able to go to like the places you live. Because there's Colorado, guys. There's Colorado DLC. And I have it. It's nice when the DLCs go on sale. That's one thing I like about American Truck Sim is that it there's always like massive sales all the time, so you can get all the stuff really cheap. Be really good for someone trying to study for the CompTIA exams. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, games like that simulate it very realistically are kind of neat. Because like you're actually learning realistic skills. It's almost the same thing with American Truck Sim, like learning all the traffic laws and driving around and stuff. I know a lot about semi-trucks just from playing this game, so. Yeah, this is a fun game. This game's just a nice, like, just chill and listen to a podcast type of game, you know? It's one of those games where you don't have to very actively think super hard while you're playing it. Which is nice, and you just get to browse some scenery and stuff, you know? Yeah. It's pretty fun. I do enjoy it. Yeah, Truck Sim. And of course, it's got the whole like financial aspect of it, which is really fun because you get to like hire employees and all all that jazz. Yeah, it's a pretty epic little game. Yeah, they got Illinois now, which is epic. I don't know if it's done, but I think they're working on it. And Louisiana, I get to go into the swamps and stuff. It's gonna be wild, like, oh man. Yeah, that's gotta be crazy. I'm definitely excited to get this kind of stuff. Like, so far, everything's just been the places that I already know. You know, Midwest. All of Midwest is the same. Colorado, Utah, blah, blah, blah. It's just big open fields of nothing. But it's really interesting once you get into, like, more east places, because that's, like, places I haven't been. So, like, Louisiana, I think, would be very interesting to explore. Because, like, it's a totally different climate. New things to look at, you know? There's freaking alligators? No way. I mean, it makes sense, but that's epic. I want to see alligators while I'm trucking around. Yeah, this is a neat one. This one will be fun. They don't have Boston yet. They're kind of working their way from west to east. So they started with California. But they've worked their way over quite a bit now. They're all the way to Louisiana and Illinois. They're gonna just keep, I imagine, keep extending out to the more eastern states like New York and whatever. Well, this game got popular in 2020. Look at that. I mean, it makes sense. So they're shrunken down. I think it's like a 1-to-10 ratio. So things in Truck Sim are like 10 times smaller than they are in real life. But they're pretty accurate, I would say. Just like driving around. I mean, they're not perfect. I think the bigger cities obviously are way more accurate. But some of the smaller towns and stuff, like my hometown, is not entirely accurate, but it's surprisingly accurate. For being an entire state, I think they do a pretty good job of like condensing everything down and, you know, fitting in what they can. Obviously, they're not going to have every little tiny town because it's just way too much work, but they've got a lot of the main ones and stuff, and that's good enough. But yeah, they do a pretty good job of representing all the stuff. I mean, they've got on all the important landmarks and stuff like that, you know, and the vibes of the overall state, for sure. That's something that's always really fun with American Truck Sim, is like you find like little landmarks like that, or like special buildings and stuff. It's kind of fun. Yeah, it's cool. And it's like, just if wait for it to go on sale. It always goes on sale for like $5. It'll probably go on sale for Halloween or something. But it's really fun. I do enjoy it. I didn't know they had an Ultimate Edition. Could you just buy the Ultimate Edition to get the rest of the DLC? Yeah, I could just get all the other stuff for $14. And that would give me all of the other places. I might already have all of those. Yeah. Oh, but I would get Arkansas. And then all the heavy cargo and stuff. It is a 55% discount, which is pretty crazy. This is like one of the only games I'll actually buy DLC for. Because usually the DLC is worth it. As long as it's on sale. Like, it goes on sale all the time, so... I don't know. It's fun. Anyways. Enough distraction. So, our boss is really close, I would say. I just need to add in more, like, regular enemies to this dungeon, which will help. And really just refining his little animations and stuff, making him work on multiplayer. And then, what else do we gotta do? I have to get his whole thing set up where he actually gets off of his tower. It's gonna be kind of a lot of work, honestly, to do all that, but it is what it is. So yeah. Oh, kind of have a headache. Silly boss, I love him, yeah. He's a funny guy. I think he'll be pretty fun to fight, actually, because he's got a lot of different varied attacks. Because he summons in ads, he's got bombs and lasers, and he's kind of crazy, but definitely he's got a lot going on. Should be fun, I think. Yeah. Well, we're pretty much at 2 hours. Not ads, but like, what does ads stand for in terms of gaming? Like, does it just mean additional enemies, like ads? What else does it mean? Yeah, just a term to describe new enemies that spawn in boss fights. So yeah, I guess it just stands for additional enemies on top of the boss you're fighting, yeah. Adds the additional mobs, yeah. Okay, interesting. The more you know. I've always used that term, but I kind of never really knew exactly why it was ads. So, but it makes sense. I have to crush my cans to save room in a recycle bin. Come on. This one's a tough one. Good. All right. Kind of have a headache, guys. My head is pounding. Is that a brew, perhaps? Maybe? Yeah, it's just a beer. Beer's pretty good, I gotta say. I like it because it's very low alcohol percent and it doesn't make me feel bad. I don't know, like, it fascinates me that some people enjoy being drunk. To me, it's very bad. It's a very bad time. It's not fun at all. It's terrible. The world spins around and you have a headache and it sucks. It just feels like I'm sick and I feel terrible. So I don't know why it does not interest me at all. I like to have a very minimal amount of alcohol and actually just enjoy the flavor of what I'm drinking. I do like beer because it's like, I don't know. It's savory. It's different from other kinds of drinks. A lot of alcohol is always like very sweet, but I kind of like how drinking a beer almost is like, it gives you the vibe of like eating a meal. Because it's like, I don't know. This is good. It's pretty good. I've always liked fermented drinks and stuff like kombucha and all that stuff. And I do like it's just a yummy, yummy taste. I don't know. I don't care at all about the alcohol. I'm glad that beer is low alcohol because it doesn't affect me. I'd have to drink a crazy amount. But yeah. Like my Jack and Gingers when I'm out? Oh yeah. I'm not very well versed in a lot of drinks, so I don't know what that is. But I'm sure it's something. Oh, Jack and Gingers is a place. Okay. Yeah. Never been. Unless that's not the thing I'm thinking of. Yeah, not a fan either, but I'll have a couple beers every couple of years. Yeah. Oh, it's a Jack Daniel's whiskey and ginger ale? Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I don't really drink very often, but every week or so. But yeah. Are we allowed to talk about alcohol on stream, or do I have to like label the stream as being an alcohol stream? You know what I mean? Because like Twitch has all these like when you edit the stream info, there's like these content labels. Like drugs, intoxication, Like, would I have to mark it as excessive tobacco glorification or promotion, any marijuana consumption, legal drug and alcohol induced intoxication, or discussion? Okay, well, I'm not under the influence, so I guess it's fine. But yeah. All right. I think we might pivot to something else. Didn't know you could smoke cannabis on stream. Yeah, I guess you can. It's interesting though, because in a lot of places it's still illegal. There's still a lot of states that you cannot, like, it's still a federal crime or felony. So it's kind of interesting. You'd think that would be a problem. I guess it's fine. I mean, I guess that's why you just have to mark it on here so that, like, Twitch isn't responsible because you're disclosing it. Marijuana consumption. Yeah. I think you just did the mark as 18 plus. Yeah. Yeah, guys, we're definitely violent and graphic here. I better mark that off. No. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I think we'll pivot away from Starground for now because we've gone for 2 hours. And I've been enjoying working on a wider variety of things. I don't know. It's obviously we need to get Starground stuff done, but I've really enjoyed being able to, like, do a little bit of Starground, go do something else, then, like, play a game or something. I just like when I'm not, like, locked into 4 hours of just Starground stuff, you know what I mean? So we may go work on something else. Soon to record some radio snippets for you. Oh yeah, for whatever that frickin' game is called. I forgot. Intelligence required. Yeah. I might still do another update to that game just to add in all the other sounds that people have recorded. I still need to add in MBGs and Oshik sounds. But yeah, Intelligence Required 2 coming soon. Oh god. Nah, I would probably just update 1. I've thought about expanding it out more. I don't know if I will or not. It's hard to say. There's also always, like, the consideration of, like, you know, doing, like, a Steam launch. I don't know if it would really make any sense for Intelligence Required to do that, but I don't know. It just depends. I mean, it didn't do bad on itch, but I don't know if it's worth the money. I don't know. It's always hard to, like, decide what kinds of games deserve a full launch. You know what I mean? I don't know. Because, like, is there really any harm in launching a game like that if it's, like, $2? You know? I don't know. It'd probably be fine. I just don't know if people, like, if oversaturating your developer library matters. You know what I mean? Like, if I have a bunch of little tiny baby games up on Steam, is that gonna brand me as the baby game person? You know what I mean? I just don't know. It probably doesn't really matter. I feel like most of the time when you launch a game, it's kind of very separated from your other projects. Because I've seen, like, people that have, like, launched games with, like, nothing, no reviews or anything, and then also have, like, one of the most popular games of all time. Yeah. Like, there's rarely ever, like, cross between games like that. I don't know. Thank you. So Sega 2 coming out. It's the same game as 1, just more content. I know exactly what you mean. I've been a little annoyed by that recently. Like, recently with 2 games that I do enjoy. 1, there's Power Wash Simulator 2 just came out, and it's, like, literally the same game. Like, I don't know. It's always kind of frustrating with this whole thing of these sequels constantly coming out, but it's not different at all. I don't know. It's a little frustrating. I mean, I know this one has multiplayer. Believe me, I know how difficult multiplayer is to add, but it just feels like such a cash grab sometimes with stuff like this. Like, why didn't you just add multiplayer to 1 instead of making a whole new game and charging a full game price again? You know? And it's the same with the other one that came out, like House... What is that called? The House game. House Flipper. House Flipper 2 came out. And again, I think it's partially because they added multiplayer, but this really does seem just kind of like the same game. Right? It's not really that much different. So, I don't know. Sometimes it kind of disappoints me when developers do that. Because it's like you've invested all this time and stuff into this one game, and now, oh yeah, new game, pay us again, please, for the same game. It's like, come on. Stuff like that really should just be a free update, I always think. That's why, like, I doubt there's ever going to be Starground 2. Because it's just like, Starground is already everything it needs to be. Like, I would never launch Starground again and charge people again for a game that's practically the same game, you know? I don't know. I always hate when that happens. Yeah, it's frustrating. So there are things about House Flipper 2 that are interesting and that do fascinate me, but also it's the whole thing of I have to spend another $30, and I already have House Flipper 1, so maybe I'll just go play that instead. I don't know. Honestly, all this garbage in the game industry like this is what makes me want to make my own games. There's a lot of times where I come up with a game concept simply just out of dissatisfaction. You know? That happens all the time. That's what happened with Starground. Like, Forager's a neat game, but no multiplayer. So immediately I was just like, that sucks. I want a multiplayer game like this. And so I decided, let's make Starground. But yeah. I don't know. It's always stuff like that. Yeah. I don't know. I'm always of the philosophy of just, if you're gonna make a new game, just do an entirely new concept instead of copying one of the ones you've already done. I think it makes sense for games that's like a story game. You know, obviously, like, if you're telling a new story in the second installment, I think it's fine. But if it's really just the same game with a little bit more content sprinkled in, then why? Right? I don't know. Yeah, it's just annoying. I hope that I can be a morally good developer on Steam, you know what I mean? Like, I'm always trying to avoid stuff like that because I don't want to be evil. Yeah, I don't know. Well, thank you, I appreciate it. I always feel bad about, like, increasing the price of Starground and stuff, but, like, I guess it's okay. The game's already pretty cheap in the first place. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, my number one goal. What is going on with Steam here also, by the way? What is up? Everything's a little off. That's so weird. Yeah, one of my number one goals with being a developer is not being evil. I hope I can, you know, not do stupid, dumb things that make people angry. Anyways. Well, for 2 hours, we could work on Maze Game, which is something I would like to work on. We could play Voices of the Void. I don't know. What would you guys like me to work on? Oh. Man, I am quite tired. I didn't get very much sleep. But then again, when do I? Either be decent? Okay. I mean, we can do both. Muzzle this game mode setter. Oh, not inside the tree. Yeah, that's something I'll have to check in here. Oh yeah, no animations at the doors. That's fine, we can draw those doors too. Let me write that down actually really quick. Lost doors, okay. Yeah, we could, let's do a little bit of maze game. What do you guys think about that? A little bit of maze game? Let's open up yet another Godot project. Oh yeah, also back on that, the Steam page dilution stuff, yeah. I don't know. It probably doesn't really matter at all. I'm probably just overthinking it. But, because there's also like, there's companies that have, not, I guess it's a company. Like Sock Pop has an insane amount of games. Here, we just go to something and then go to their developer page. There's so many games that they have. They have 115 games. But I don't think it really dilutes, like, it's probably fine. Soccer. Because they do have a couple games in here that are rated pretty poorly. Like, this one's mixed, Telltale. But then also at the same time, they have, like, stuff like Stacklands that's overwhelmingly positive with 27,000 reviews. So, I don't think it really matters, honestly. It would probably be okay. I mean, as long as it's not like an insane number of launches. I guess the only thing that would be a problem is just like, what's this? Aaron's bike trip. Is like constantly adding people for new game launches. But I imagine if it's every few months, it's probably completely fine. I don't know. I mean, community is extremely important for game development, but honestly, they just exclude games? Oh, language preferences? Is that why? Maybe. But honestly, most of the time when you launch a game, it's not your existing community going to buy your game. Like, it's completely new people that end up finding it, you know? So I don't think it really matters. But yeah, Sock Pop's kind of cool. I would like to follow this method a little bit, you know, of like doing more games and doing smaller games. I think it's just a more sustainable model. And they also have like Patreon. Can I click on it to go to it? I think they make quite a bit of money from that. Let's go see. Yeah, $5,000 a month. That's pretty good. Not bad, not bad. Yeah, I don't know if I would ever do that. It's hard to say. But it's definitely a interesting concept of like having your entire game library free if somebody does Patreon, you know? It's kind of interesting. Kingpins. I haven't seen this one before. Yeah, a lot of their games aren't like super popular or anything, but the thing is that they have so many that it's kind of like doesn't matter. Right? Because like it would be so nice to have like, I mean, imagine having 115 games of passive income. Isn't that insane? Yeah, it'd be pretty awesome. Even if each game is only making like $30 a day, you know? Like multiply $30 a day by 115, and that's a lot of money. You know? That's pretty crazy. So, yeah, they have 115 launch games. It's pretty insane. Well, technically 2 of those are DLC and 1's a demo. So 112 games, but that's still an insane amount. It's so many. But yeah. Crazy. I can't imagine having one. I know, it's ridiculous. Get a couple people buy this one, that one, oh, this one blew up, bam, tens of thousands of current players. Exactly. Like, it's so easy. And it's so stable. You have so many different games and sales ongoing that, like, you don't have these massive fluctuations of, like, boom, crazy sale, then nothing for, like, a week, you know? It's like you have so much going on that it's just always making, like, a consistent amount of money. It would be pretty cool. Those games have soul. I mean, they're definitely simple games, but they're still fun. I've bought in a couple of these games and stuff. Like, the thing is that they're all priced pretty reasonably. Also, we got an ad starting in a minute. My apologies, gamers. But, you know, they're all like $3, so even if it's a very short, simple game, you know, it's fine. Because it's so cheap. They're really just meant to be a little tiny... you know, mess around for a couple hours and then not play it again. But I feel like that's fine. If you're only playing a couple bucks, then it's, I think it's pretty reasonable. Oh, this one's a negative. Whoa. Why is that? Bad. Yeah, some of their games that they launch aren't received super well, but honestly, like, it's fine because they launch so many games. It's a fun coin. When are we gonna get 6-7 in Starground? I don't know. We'll see. I'll have to think about it. Think about how we can get 6-7 in Starground. Ooh. The heat code and move games. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I probably wouldn't go this insane with it, though. Like, they probably do about, like, 10 game launches a year, at least. That's kind of ridiculous, I feel like, a little bit. But I think there's definitely something to learn from this model, though. Right? Like, I think... more than one launch every 2 years, like... 4 games a year would be pretty awesome. But I think any more than that, and it would get a little excessive, you know? It would still give you enough time. Like a solid, you know, like 3-4 months to work on a project and get it finished, I feel like is pretty reasonable. As long as it's a small game. You still got plenty of time to polish and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Just something I keep thinking about. I would like to... stop putting all my eggs in one basket and diversify more, you know what I mean? Are they able to keep up with the updates and fixes is my question. Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing is... I imagine it's probably pretty impossible to update all of these games. A lot of these are pretty much just complete experiences and they don't really work on them anymore. I mean, which is okay. Honestly, that's the way gaming has been for most of the time that gaming has existed. You buy a disc of a game and it just is what it is. There were rarely ever updates or anything like that. As long as there's no major issues to the game, I feel like it's fine most of the time. But yeah. I don't know. But yeah, I bet it's pretty freeing, though, to be able to just, like, work on a little project for, like, a few months and just move on. I don't know. Games also weren't that broken at launch. Well, yeah, that's the other thing, too, is, like, it's fine as long as your game isn't broken. But yeah. I mean, that's what's nice about Steam, is you can fix things, for sure. So, sock wounds. Yeah, they have so many games. It's just insane. I mean, to be fair, these are not all made by, like, the same person. Like, I imagine what they do is they split up. You know, 2 people go work on this game for a couple months, and 2 people go do this. Like, Sock Pop is multiple people, I believe. I don't know how many people they are, though. About 4 game designers. I thought there was more than that. But yeah. Pretty crazy, though, that they're able to make games that fast, then. Well, they probably all work on their own games, like, individually, then, I imagine. I don't know. So ads are over. Sorry about that, gamers. Oh, right. Maze game is not 4.5. That'll be fine. No need to back up. I might have just made a grave error, but it'll be fine. Surely we won't have any issues, right? Yeah, it's okay. All right. This is Maze game. We have to greatly change the layout of the elevator because now the idea that we've developed for this game is drastically changed. But that's okay. We'll work on that. Over. What I would like to work on for this, though, for sure, is where's that other light node? There it is. Is getting the dungeon generation working. I am I'm tired of it. I want that to be implemented, so I'm thinking about doing that right now. I would use a grid map, but the only issue with the grid map is I don't believe it has collision baked in. Unless it does. I mean, it does have a collision property. Do it. I will. Maybe it works. Whoa. Thank you for the hydrate. You can bake meshes. Get cell collision layer. Or get collision layer value. I don't know. This is definitely something to look at, though. If I can get collisions working, then I think we could do a grid map. Question is, though, how do we actually do it? There is documentation on this, so... Yeah, create collision shape. You use the mesh menu to automatically create the collision body based on the mesh data. Yeah. Pretty interesting. There's a, yeah, grid map. I guess it does actually create these as real nodes. Because it creates like the mesh and then the region and the whatever. So yeah, that's pretty interesting. So yeah, we can just create a mesh library. I think we have to save a scene, or like we have to create a scene and then put all our things in the scene and then save it as a mesh library. As far as I know. As a node 3D is the root node, several child nodes which become mesh library items. Be a mesh instance 3D. Have a material. Have up to one static body. Interesting. And should have one or more collision shaped 3D children. It can have a navigation region too, which is very nice. So this will probably work. I think it's what I want. So we can just go ahead and create all our different model out our different hallways and stuff. There's not really that many that we have to do. So now one question though about this whole grid map is, can I rotate meshes? Because I think I can. If I can rotate them, then I don't need nearly as many. Erase, fill. Yeah, cursor rotate. So if we go into the world scene, can I just like, I don't have a mesh library here, but we can, just trying to see if there's like a rotate. Yeah, you can rotate. So are there functions for automatically creating cells then? Because I would be doing this like automatically. Set cell item. Is that what I want? Yeah. So I think this will work for generating the maze, guys. The mazes aren't going to be extremely complicated or anything, but I just want a nice way to be able to do it with like a nice grid map like this. Would be super convenient. Transfer of items list from instance rotation. Yeah. Well, this should work out then. So we're gonna have to create a maze generation script, which I don't think would be too bad. Let's go ahead and get all our models imported. I guess I'll just save them each as OBJs. I'm not sure what format would be best. I think a mesh library does have to be OBJs, because a mesh instance will take in a mesh, which, as far as I know, has to be an OBJ. Yeah. All right. Do I have any files inside of that folder for Blender? Models? Oh, I do. Corridors. There we go. So these should be 2 by 2, as far as I know. Let's measure it out and see. Oh, that's 6 meters long? That seems a little ridiculous. No, Blender was in Steam. Yeah, I have it in Steam. It's just convenient for updating and stuff, honestly. So these are 4 meters tall. So player would be half the height. That doesn't seem right, though. Interesting. I need like a node that I can use as a reference. And set the height on this to 2. I guess that's about right. Yeah, I think 4 meters tall. So we could do 4 by 4 corridors, I think. So let's shrink this up a little bit. Just set each one of these faces back by 1 meter. This one over here, boom. So just gonna be a 4 by 4 cube. Should be okay. The only thing though is we lose out on a little bit of, you know, let's go 8 by 8. That's what I'm gonna do. So we're gonna extend this out by 2. Extend this one out by -2. Dissolve these vertices because I accidentally duplicated them. I could probably just actually dissolve them. No, dissolving does that business. Yeah. Let's just merge them. Oops. I legit just thought that I don't know anyone who launches Blender through Steam, yeah. I mean, it's just convenient. Like, I don't launch Godot through Steam. There is the ability to, but the problem is I need to run the custom build of it for multiplayer on Steam, so for Starground, so that's why I don't run it through here. I used to. I did 2,000 hours of it, and then I stopped using it on Steam. But yeah. It's kind of ridiculous to think about that. Because, like, that was only a couple months of time. From December to, like, when I added multiplayer to Starground, which was, like, March. So, I got 2,000 hours in that amount of time. And that was also when I was busy with university. So now I've spent, like, let's say, a year of time working on the game, not on Steam. So let's see, if it was, let's say, 2,000 hours for 3 months. That's 666 hours per month. I've probably spent at least another 8,000 hours. So Godot is probably my longest used tool, which is interesting. Well, maybe Krita, though. What about 6? No. No, you can't get away with this. Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, it's probably, there's probably a different tool I've used longer. Because we don't really need that many since we can rotate. We just need a corridor straight. We need a corridor end. I need a corridor T. And then just a corridor plus, right? whatever you call that, a cross. I would call it a four-way. All right, let's hide all of these. So let's do the four-way. Should be pretty easy. I'm actually very glad I designed the thing this way, because now I can just do that and I'm done. Boom. And let's get rid of these center vertices. I do wish there was a keybind for doing merge at last, because I do it all the time. Maybe there is, I just don't know about it. Okay, we got the four-way. The end piece is extremely easy. We just go bop. Also, let's keep these kind of yeah, the same direction and stuff. Those don't matter, but then the T. Let's just have this facing to the right because that's where the default rotation points. So theoretically, that should be all of the models I need, which is insane, because that's not very many. Of course, I'll go through and add in more probably just for decoration's sake, but not bad. Now we can save all these. So we're gonna export all this as OBJs. Corridor straight. Let's not export materials. Oops, wrong model. Hold on. Shift R seems to do the last action you did again. Oh, really? That's interesting. I did not know that was a thing. I'll have to try that out. And then we'll do selection only. Okay, corridor straight. Corridor T. OBJ, OBJ. Boom. Corridor end. I don't know if I'll really need corridor end very often, but I figured it's good to have it just in case. And lastly, the corridor four-way. I'm not like missing any shapes, right? I don't think so. All right. So now, the question is, how do I create our, over here, our mesh instance or whatever? Mesh library. Is there like an easy way to do this with a blend file? Maybe. Because I know that I can actually see blend files in here, so maybe I could just do this. Click on it, actions, meshes. I thought there was a way to like really easily create a, I mean, I could just create a new mesh library. Let's just open it up and see what we can do with it. Nothing, apparently. Okay. It's set in here, I'm pretty sure how to do it. Mesh library source. Okay, let's just do that then. Let's create a scene, call it corridor library source 3D scene, and add all of our models in here. So four-way and straight and T, boom. Make sure these are all centered around 0. So now can I just click on this and say see how to do it. There's got to be a way to do it. I may have to look at a video, but we'll see. Unless it's in here. Okay, video time. Create mesh library.
All these images into your tile set for 3D, first, so grid map, I suppose you can say. So here on the left, we have a bunch of scenes or
yes,
objects, right? So if I drag them out, I have like a banner library as a scene, saved as a scene.
Okay, I created an empty scene.
So let's say this.
You add all the meshes.
So that's another tile. Here we go, big spike, I think. Yeah. So as you can see, delete this guy. We don't want him. You want to just line them up. And now what we can do is go to the scene.
Oh. I have to click on scene. Oh, can I just do like save scene as, then say mesh library? No. How does he do it?
Top left. I'll go to export.
Oh, export as. There we go. Okay, merge with existing. Now we can call this corridor library. Save it. Now if we go into our world scene, go into our, wherever it was, or we'll add a new one. Grid map. Drag our library in. Check it out. So now we can just go along here and just draw these tiles in like this. Boom. Very convenient. So if I want some straight corridors, boom. You know? If I want a four-way, boom. And then we can rotate these, I believe, right? If I go into draw mode, rotate is X or A. That's cursor rotate. And that should work. Oh, it's still rotating the wrong axis. Check it out. So we can generate mazes now. Oh, I forgot about the corner, the curve. I'm stupid. Yeah, that should work pretty well, I think. It'll be a nice way to generate these mazes. Let's up the cell size now to 8, because that's what they are. Now it'll be even easier, because we just go like this. So that's one cell. Oh, hold on. Here, what did I rotate this to? Here, is that the proper one? Probably. I don't know why it's floating up in the air, though. I guess this is where it is. I don't have a transform set on this. I guess it's just because these are 4 meters tall, so if you're centering them, yeah, I see. Well, maybe let's re-export all these and change their origin points. So let's up all these by 2, and now set origin to 3D cursor on all these. So thank you for the speed. So now all of these will be centered around their floor, which is probably better. I don't know. I imagine that's better. I guess I have to export all of these again, which is a little annoying. Unless I can do this better. I open corridors.blend. Here, how do I... Or yeah, I can drag it in here. And now save as a new inherited scene. Oh, dude, check this. Corridors... Library source. Get rid of the old one. Oh, shut up. Don't save. So, boom. right? So here's our source file. The models are weird. Hold on. I think it didn't set for all of these. Oh, yeah. I thought I did it, but I guess not. So I saved the blend. Check it out. Check it out. It's all in here. Now I can just do... Let's delete corridors library source. No, wait. This is the good one. So I go into here. Scene, export, mesh library. Corridors library. Let's delete that other one. No, I want to save as corridors library. Whatever. Let's just keep it consistent. Corridor library. Export, mesh library. Boom. Boom. Back in a world. Delete this corridor scene now. On our grid map. Got our library. Ka-chow. It's still in the center even though I set the origin points. I'm not sure why. That's probably because I have center Y on. Oh, but it still centers it, so I don't know. I don't know why it's floating up in the air. Is it because of center Z? Yeah, I'm not really sure what's up with that. In the export to mesh library, there's a checkbox about... Oh, yeah, applying the transforms. That's probably what it is. Let's try that. Because, yeah, these probably have transforms then from Blender, don't they? They don't. Oh, the scale is actually weird on these. Also, I need to apply old transforms. There we go. Let's try that now. Okay, so that's all applied. Let's re-export this. Quarter library source. Scene, export mesh library. Let's try applying the transforms this time. And I'll paint them in. They're still floating up in the air, so I really don't know what's up with that. But if I turn off center Y, now floor is at Y0, which is good. So I guess it's fine, just don't turn on center Y. Yeah, otherwise grid items will be centered on the Y-axis. But I don't want them to be centered necessarily. So I think this works out. Cool. Yeah, I think this will work really well. This whole grid map thing is basically exactly what I want, so... And I can settle the rotations, I'm pretty sure, in code. Yeah, because I can set orientation right there as an int. So, pretty cool. Epic. Yeah, this will work really well. So... Now for the actual generation code. It's a whole thing. Also, this is a little quirky here. Why would I have center on any of those then? I'll center those ones because I need to know like where it is. It's a little quirky. It's not really centered at all. Oh, I did the wrong one. There we go. Yeah, that's what I want, I think. Yeah, we do need to go do the corner really quick. Shouldn't be that bad. Just hide all those ones. I don't know which one is positive Z. Let's check. Oh, that's just X. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. So, hey, thank you for the follow, Funkoid. I appreciate it. Whoa. Thank you so much for the sub with Prime. I appreciate it. Epic. Thank you very much. That's very awesome. Round of applause for Funkoid, everybody. Thank you so much. Oops, I moved it. Corridor curve. Yeah, that's awesome. Get those. Yo. And cheese time. Epic. Thank you for the cheese time. Alright, so now we got the corner piece. Get rid of these two faces. Merge our vertices. Yeah, I really wish there was a cleaner way to do this, but no, it's fine, I guess. Actually, wait, I messed up everything. It's all over. Hold on. We gotta undo everything. Okay. Here, wait. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna do it the slow way. Whatever, it's fine. Gonna encore, what? Yeah. Merge those funny guys. We're almost there. I don't know what the best like mesh geometry is for this, but I imagine this is probably fine, so we're just gonna stick with it. Corridor curve. Export. No, I don't have to export these anymore. I keep forgetting. So let's actually delete all these. Four-way curve and straight T. Go away. Because now I just go in here, go to scene, export as a mesh library, and check it. Now we have our curve. I don't know why the like origin stuff is so weird. Oh, that one's not a part of the grid. I was like, why is it not? Whoa, what is a treasure train? What is that? A treasure train is just started on your channel. Save 35% on 5 or more gift subs at level 2. Treasure train. What causes a treasure train to happen? Interesting. Well, guys, we got the treasure train going on right now. Okay, so this is what rotating on that axis does, which is not what I want. Interesting. One of these days I might have to redo the way, since I'm not manually placing these, it's kind of fine if I have to like change the way that these are rotated or whatever, their positioning, but this should be okay. It's level 6, 7, and I think that's probably impossible. I don't think anybody could get to that level. Oh, I think like the world record or something was like 8 for the raid train or whatever it's called. I forget. Heard that to me. His brain is too rotted. It's too far gone. Oh yeah, and also just to get this grid map aligned properly, I can literally just go to transform and just offset it by 4 pixels like that. And now we have our perfect, wondrous thing set up like this. Beautiful. Cool, guys. Well, I think this'll work. Well, I think just might work out. Now we can get rid of these other ones that we had. Wherever those even are. Generator? Where are those? Let's click on them, see what they are. Let me out, let me out. Okay. Oh, it's these static body. Delete. And that's our grid map. Okay. I can select things too. Yeah, grid maps are pretty interesting. I have messed with these actually a little bit before on a different project that nobody knows about and never will until it's out. But yeah. The secret project. The one that I've mentioned in the past. Just you guys wait. Your minds will be blown. Changed. Oh yeah, when it gets a new. No, that's your hacker. Alrighty, alright. I'll believe it when I see it. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a reference now to our grid map. Ugh. Grid map is a type of grid map, believe it or not. Alrighty. And I'm probably going to change the way the camera works and stuff now, because I think I'm actually going to make it so you can walk around on foot in this game. So yeah, that'll change things a little bit. My nose is itchy. So let's start working on a script for generating a maze. Now, what's the algorithm we want to use for this, right? I don't know. We'll definitely have, like, cell coordinates, obviously. We'll just start at 0. There is the way that Starground does it, which is kind of like a Binding of Isaac type of maze, right? But that one is a little bit tricky to, like, control. There's probably a better maze generation algorithm somewhere out there in the world. So let's look it up. Maze generation algorithm. Prim's algorithm, huh? So does it just get random points? I don't want it to be quite that, like, branchy, though. You know what I mean? Because that is very, it's got a lot of dead ends. I think it would be less dead ends than that. Okay, but here's something that we were actually talking about and discussing, which I think might be perhaps the better way to go, is to actually have preset maps, right? So I'm thinking about an algorithm, not necessarily an algorithm, but just basically a conversion that lets me draw out our map. I probably have talked about this before, but we would have like pseudo random maze generation. So it would be like this, where we have just an image, we have a whatever size it is, and we just loop through and check like, okay, we can just draw out our maze by hand, right? Like this. And then we basically convert these pixels into an actual like mesh. You know what I mean? Something like this. And these would be like endpoints or whatever, and this is like your elevator. We've talked about this because it does allow us to do scripted events with specific maps and stuff. Because one worry that I do have with pure random maze generation is that, you know, randomness is cool, but it can result in scenarios in which your map is not fun, right? If you get like a really stupid maze or something, like theoretically you could just get one that's like that. You know, and then there's your elevator. Like that would just kind of completely break the game. I mean, we can obviously do some filtering, but I don't know. There's something about having the control to choose the map that gets generated. It's kind of interesting. Walker algorithm is also good for simple maze gen. Yeah. Walker algorithm. I think that's what I use for Starground's generation. Maybe not. But yeah, I mean, I want them to be like this, where they're just like snaky tunnels. I don't want it to be what's the word? Too branchy. I mean, I'm just thinking through my head. Honestly, I could think of a way to generate the dungeons. I don't think I'm going to do it because I do want maybe the ability to draw up my own maps. I think that's what I'm going to do instead, because this only takes me like 10 seconds to draw a map. So honestly, it's pretty, it's a very minimal workload for me to do it in the first place. And it gives me options. I could do something cool like this and just be like, here's a big room. And I can just draw it out like this, and now there's a big room there. You know what I mean? There's stuff like that that's very, I can customize a little bit more. I think that might be a good compromise between procedural and pure handmade maps. Because, like, it's basically an automated, it's like we're making an automated tool to make the map. Like, pseudo-procedural. 6 mazes, no. Yeah, I mean, otherwise, if I was going to do a generation algorithm, I would just say, like, each time it generates a thing, it has a chance to stop. So it would just, like, here's your elevator. It would move along and just be like, bop, bop, bop. Each, like, segment that it goes, it's like, okay, I have a 20% chance to branch off. And then it decides, okay, I've branched off, and then it continues that way and does its stuff. I mean, that's one way to do a maze generation algorithm that would be very simple and easy. It's sort of what I do with Starground, but even more straightforward. But honestly, I think I'm going to do this where we actually draw out the map and then I convert the pixel values. I think it's just going to be more, I don't know, going to be a little bit better. So that's what we're going to do. I guess I'll just have to make sure that the map size is an odd number so we can actually get the middle pixel and know where the elevator is. I'll probably just make an assumption or just say like, okay, the elevator, like, let's say this is our map. Let's say it's just small right now. Since it's always an odd number, we can just assume the elevator is right here beneath it. So then we can say, okay, as long as I have a corridor connecting to the elevator over there, then we're good to go. You know, something like that. But yeah, I think that'll work. Because otherwise, if we have an even number, like 4, it wouldn't work because there's 2 pixels, so you don't know which one is the elevator. Yeah, I'll just make that a constraint so it's easier. And let's just create a mock-up map that we can use for testing. So let's just create one that's like, it doesn't have to be huge, because you have to keep in mind that each pixel is going to be 8 meters, which is pretty big. But let's go and say like, oh, I don't know. Let's just start pretty small, 11 by 11. Just so we can start the initial testing process, right? Let's just draw some stuff. I do want to have like a pixel of each potential type of hallway. It's like we got a curve there. Maybe up here we have a 4-way. I don't know why I'm like, I can put things on the edge like that. But yeah, this will be probably a pretty nice, also let's do a T intersection right there. And just do some other stuff. I'd like to check loops and stuff just to make sure it's fine. Let's do 2 T's right there. So let's say this is our mock-up maze. We can get rid of all the other pixels. Let's just make them black. Stupid. So that we don't have to save these with alpha. These can just be pure RGB. Your mom is pseudo-procedural, dude. You're banned. Can somebody ban this man? No, don't actually. Procedural. Basically, yeah. It has procedural. Yeah, no, I'm joking. Don't ban him. Don't do it. If you ban me, I will die. Don't ban him, guys. So I'll have to figure out what the actual like scene should be based off of the surrounding tiles. You know what I mean? That'll be interesting. We'll try and figure it out. Map 1. Maze game, maze game. I'm gonna have a separate folder just specifically for maps. So we're just gonna save this as a JPEG, actually. No, because we can't have any image compression. Let's just save it as a PNG. That'd be fun because you could put like Easter eggs in. Alright, so on our generate maze function, we're gonna load up that image. So we're gonna say map ID. I'll probably have a list of different maps. String. Let's go create that in global. Someone say Easter eggs? I know, Easter eggs are pretty epic. What? This is global? I guess so. Our maps table. A dictionary filled with string. Hey, Adagon, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? What's going on? What were you up to today on your stream? Thank you for the hydrate. Oh. Yeah, what's going on? Playing some minigames? Nice, that's awesome. Cool. Was it for like a specific jam or something, or just playing games for fun? Let's see, this is gonna be maze game dot map dot 1. Just game submitted to your Discord? Nice, yeah, that's cool. Awesome. Yeah, we've been just working on a bunch of stuff today. We started off with some Starground stuff, adding in some attacks for new boss, and now we are working on a different game. This is the working title right now is Maze Game. But basically you're gonna be a guy in an elevator, and you're piloting drones around in the maze. Not drones, but like rovers, to collect resources and survive. Yeah, we're getting working on an algorithm, not really like an algorithm, I guess it is. Basically a way to convert images like these, which are maps, into an actual physical 3D model, right? So But yeah, it's going pretty good. I gotta move in 3 days. We haven't packed a single thing. Oh yeah. Yeah, you definitely gotta get going on that. I can workshop some ideas. Yeah, if you want to come up with map ideas, you're totally welcome to. Just gonna say image, and then just say preload map 1. So that should be really all the data we need right now. So we'll go in here. We've got our map ID. So I'm just gonna say on ready. Go ahead and generate the map, so that we can preview what this looks like. Global.maps table. Oh, that's one thing that doesn't work with our ID stuff. I guess it doesn't work anyways, so it's fine. We can just say maze game.map 1. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and say var image is, or say var map data is global.maps table.get map ID. Now we're gonna say var map image is map data.image. So that's just gonna be loaded as a texture, but I need this to be converted into an actual image. So let's see, because I need to loop through each individual pixel. Let's see, dot image, image texture, texture 2D. I need to say dot get image, like that. Cannot resolve class world. We are class world. I love when everything is broken. Oh, I'm stupid. That should just be the ID. Yeah. I just watched someone turn their car on with a light switch and a penny. Ooh. That's crazy. So, hey, Blazers, what's up? Welcome in. Okay, so on image, we can say get pixel from a coordinate. So now we're just going to say for I in range 0, or for I in range map image dot get size dot x. And then for y int in range image dot get, or I should have just done get width. So this will loop through each individual pixel. We'll say var pixels equal to map image dot get pixel xy, and that's basically it for that. So that's reading in our pixel values. Could players make one of those images in something like Sprite, then convert it into a map? Yeah, it would be extremely easy, because literally all this is just an image. It's just a PNG file. So you can make this in whatever program you want, save it, import it into the game, super easy, and then now you've got a custom map. So should be pretty easy to do. But yeah. It's not technically meant to be moddable, but it is extremely moddable, so not a problem at all. Alright, so now we just have to read this in. We're going to say if the value is greater than 0 or whatever, then we put it into our map of coordinates. So we're just going to say right here, var map chords is... Let's do a dictionary. I think. Yeah. Now we'll say if pixel. And what is pixel? I think it's returning a color. Yeah. Dot R is greater than 0. Let's just say that. Then we say map chords at index whatever. I guess this would be an array. Right? I mean, what do I need to know? I guess I'll store data just in case there's other things associated with each cell. But yeah. But I'll just leave it empty for now. So let's see in here. How difficult would it be to add a custom moon/dungeon for generation? Not counting the enemies and such like that, just having the game recognize the new moon and dungeon rooms to generate. It wouldn't be too bad. I've done some changes over time with how dungeons generate, so now it's way easier. So the way to do it is inside of the regions table on Starground, there is info about the dungeon. So let's just go to the regular default dungeon in Celadus. So every dungeon, you just specify the region type as dungeon, and then you just have to specify some data in here. So there's this dictionary called rooms, which is basically all the info for each level of the dungeon and what kinds of rooms spawn there. You specify the starting room, a loot table of the regular rooms, the required rooms, enemies, and decorations. So you could duplicate these if you want from other dungeons that already exist, but you can define your own. So all of these are loot tables. This one's a preloaded scene, so you just load the room file. But then you go over into our loot table, and each one of these, you can see the enemies just has a weight value, and then the scene. And then for the rooms in here, you can see it's a weight value, the scene, and then also another bool for whether they show up more than once. So for example, the required rooms, like the Star Launcher and Boss Room, only show up once, so you set that to false. But yeah, that's basically it for that. And this is all, you can do this all through modding, because you can go into the mod API and just say add loot entry right there. So you just add those entries that I just went over. You can also say add region entry, boom, right there. And then you just got to define the rooms. So all that is just a scene like this. You can just copy room 1 and just kind of change it up, change out the tile set here, and then you're done. You have to make sure that you use this base dungeon room class, otherwise the rooms won't work properly. But that's basically it. And then the game will handle the rest for you. The actual generation and all the stuff, connecting the doors up to each other. So yeah, it's not too bad. Yeah, I mean, if you're thinking about adding a dungeon, definitely let me know, because if you have questions or stuff or need help, I am here ready to help with that. I definitely recommend decompiling the game for doing that, so that you can just copy these scenes and stuff and look at all the examples inside of the regions table. Excuse me. It's a lot easier to do it that way, so. But yeah. Is there going to be monsters? What kind of hazard will the game have? Yeah, in the maze game. There will be entities that roam around the halls, so that's going to be the obstacle. Basically, the gameplay loop... Thank you, Ryan. Let's go back to here. So gameplay loop, I think I already... No, that was the other game. So you're an elevator. You send out your little rovers to gather up materials you need. So you have to make sure you always have enough water and food. So like one thing you have to bring back is cans of food. And then also... Yo. Thank you for the cheese time. Bottles of water. You have to make sure that you always bring those back, otherwise you die. And then at the same time, the things that stop you from doing that are evil monsters. You know, like this guy. He's an evil monster. Yeah. And he'll destroy your rovers. So, you gotta be careful. Let's also snooze that ad. And K-Mac, thank you for the cheese time. Ain't no shake, oh my god. Thanks for that. I might try and do that sometime. Yeah, for sure. Definitely let me know. I am here and happy to help if you do. Careful, don't do it anymore. Careful. Yeah, that's basically the gameplay loop. It's pretty straightforward. There's gonna be different players you can play as that have different like modifiers. I know it's a lot of cheese. So like one guy might have a boost to something, another guy might like have like each character is gonna have like a positive and a downside, you know? Oh my god. Guys, don't cheese too hard. Oh no. What have you guys done? This is what happens. I mean, no. Stop. I'll refund you both those points. It's insane. I have a system put in place so that if somebody redeems the cheese too many times, it stops them. Because otherwise it just devolves and then one person completely ruins the stream. But if you all work together like you did this time, then fine, I'll give it to you. I'll let you ruin the stream. I can't believe you guys have done this. It's gonna take a million years. When does it end? I don't know. But probably soon. Eventually. Each time you guys redeem it, it spawns in more cheese and then also increases the length in which it lasts. So, at this level of cheese, I imagine the total time is like a couple minutes at least, like 5 minutes. We need a 1K clear cheese. Honestly, not a bad idea. If somebody puts in enough points, they can choose to end the cheese time. That might be a good idea. I'll write it down. Every time should I clear the cheese? Yeah. I've created a problem and the solution. Yeah, the anti-cheese. Oh my god.
It's cheesy.
It is pretty cheesy. It's cheese stream, guys. Oh man. One of these days it'll stop. You guys can see what I'm talking about. When this happens, usually I enable my other little...
Ready to get cheesy.
There, you guys can see what I'm doing now. There you go. Barely. Anyways, yeah, this is the main gameplay loop. Elevator, send out rovers, bring things back to survive. You can also bring back other kinds of items. So you can bring back, like, materials to upgrade your rovers. So maybe, like, an epic gear or something. This is the worst gear I've ever seen in my life, but you get the idea. Or, like, a funny circuit board.
I cheese too hard. Cheese. Cheese.
Circuit board. Cheese. Yeah, those are all things you can bring back to upgrade your rovers. And then also, if your rovers die from the evil scary guys, oh, it's ending. We're free. Okay. If your rovers die from the evil scary guys, you can actually go out on foot There's a cooldown, guys. You can't cheese. You can't cheese anymore. It's okay. Whenever you guys over cheese, I refund you the points though, so you don't waste it. Okay. You get 3 cheeses. That's it. No more. I'm sorry, but I have to put an end to it at some point. So.
We lost our cheese powers. We must revolt.
I'm sorry. After the Great Cheese Apocalypse, it was a necessary evil. Yeah. Also, we had ads starting just a second. My apologies, everybody. We'll be back right after these sponsored messages. How easy is it to mod Starground? It's not like super easy, but I've definitely been working on it. Adding in more like functions and stuff to make modding more straightforward. Hey, Hypnotic, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. We do have ads starting in 1 second,
Now
so
I have become cheese.
it's unfortunate timing.
Destroyer
I
of
can't
worlds.
I can't snooze them. But I apologize. Yeah. Classic raid timing. Oh man. Now I have to go cheese destroy worlds. But yeah. Sorry, raiders, anybody that can hear me. Ads will be over soon enough. That's just how it goes with Twitch, man. It's the timing is always terrible. But it's fine. It'll be okay. Anyways, Cankles, to answer your question. Yeah, like it's definitely possible to mod. I do have some resources and info on how to do it. Honestly, what I recommend doing is just decompiling the game and just looking at the source code to make mods. It definitely makes the process way easier because you can just copy things and kind of tweak them and stuff and duplicate things that already exist, which makes it way easier. And then there's like an example project on how to actually export the mods properly. So it's not too bad. It's definitely doable. Yeah. So it's time to raid, get those ad monies. Yeah. Man. Twitch Turbo. I don't watch enough Twitch to warrant getting Turbo, honestly. Like, I stream all the time, but I never watch Twitch. The only time I watch Twitch is after I raid somebody. So. But yeah. Also, Blauser, sorry to answer your question. We have to wait for the ads. Hold on. Hold up. We're modding. We're not modding anything right now. We're just talking about modding in Starground, actually. This is the main game I've been working on, which I'll discuss in just a moment once ads are over. I hope they end. Man, 40 seconds. It sucks when people ask questions and then I feel like I can't answer them because they don't have... They're locked in ads, so what would the point be? Man, I freaking hate ads on Twitch, guys. It sucks how Twitch just screws you over. Because it's either pre-rolls or ads, mid-rolls. You don't get the option. And people are like, well, just decrease the amount of ads. But if you decrease the quantity of ads you run, then you get pre-rolls. So I'm just kind of screwed either way. I have no autonomy over my ad schedule, which really sucks. And ads are over. Very sorry about all of the ads, everybody. It's quite annoying. I wish, like, if somebody raided in right as ads started, it would just cancel the ad for like 5 minutes, you know? Like, I really don't know why it doesn't do that. It's so frustrating. But whatever. Anyways. Yeah, to answer your question, Blazers, Maze Game is not game jam or anything. This is going to be probably a full Steam launch game that we've been messing around with. It's not completely finalized with everything, but we're going to keep working on it and get it closer to where we want it. I don't know really when we're going to be launching it or anything, but we're just going to focus first on like playtesting stuff and then eventually, you know, work out the details of Steam launch. But yeah. Anyways, let me read everything else in here that I wasn't able to respond to. But yeah, anyways, what we're talking about with modding is just how easy it is to mod Starground. Starground is the game that I've been working on for a little while now. We actually worked on this today. We added in a boss earlier. Yeah, went pretty well. Also, I forgot to ask, Hypnotic, what have you been up to today on your stream? What do you got going on? Yeah, we were just talking about how modding with Starground is and like the process of it. But yeah, that's pretty much it. It's weird that this screenshot's different size. I guess this one's 1080p and then these ones are 1440. A little quirky. Soon Bobble Shop sim stuff. Nice, yeah. Fixing bugs and whatnot. Save/load all works nicely. Awesome. That's cool stuff. Now I can finish adding more features. Yeah, nice. It's always very nice once you get to that spot of like, you've gotten all the like big technical obstacles done and now you can just pump out like new content and features and work on all the fun things, you know? So yeah, that's always really epic. Sure to wishlist it. Let's go. If you have a Steam page, feel free to link it in chat. You're more than welcome to. I'd love to go give it a wish list. So hey, thank you for the follow. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Yeah, let's check it out. I think I've seen you work on this in passing. Bobble Shop Simulator. Yeah, so you can put your bubbles in there, set your prices and stuff. This looks pretty epic. Yeah, it definitely reminds me of like Supermarket Simulator. With like you got like the storage area and the display area. Yeah, pretty epic. Give it a wish list, everybody. Yeah. I do like funny little games like that, like TCG and Supermarket Sim. It's pretty epic. It's just so such a simple concept of just get money and upgrade things, but it's always like just so satisfying, you know? It's a tried and true method of making progression feel fun, is money and buying things. I think people like to buy things or something, guys. It's crazy. I don't know. It's almost like the reason that Amazon is one of the biggest companies in the world or something. I don't know. But yeah, trying to get mine to show up. TCG is a similar game. I definitely think it will, yeah. And let's see why not. Yeah. Dude, oh yeah, the little Godot guy. Let's go. When are you planning on like launch or I know you're doing a demo, right? I presume you're gonna be doing a Next Fest. Definitely would recommend it. Big fan of these types of games, wishlist added. Let's go. Kind of waiting for fuzzing to complete. Whoa. Demo I want to have ready by sometime December. Nice, yeah, definitely. Yeah, playtesting is so important. And release it for February Steam Next Fest. Awesome, let's go. Yeah, playtesting is like so valuable. You have no idea how many bugs that have been reported and fixed because of playtesting with Starground. It's insane. Yeah. It's a ridiculous amount. It's always perplexes me. I mean, I used to be like that where I didn't really understand the value of playtesting and demos and stuff at one point. Like, I always was like, it's fine. I don't need to bother with all that. But now I realize like, oh man, it's probably like the most important thing ever. So yeah, demo release for Next Fest course, full game by the end of May, early April. Nice, that's awesome. Cool. Yeah, it's good to have a nice solid deadline like that. Yeah, it's always really good. Even if like deadline stuff like that, if you don't hit it, it's still just good to like to have goals in mind like that. I think sometimes if you're working on a game and you're just like, it's done when it's done, things can drag on for a million years. But yeah, because even if you miss the deadline, it's not a big deal. I always try and set very aggressive deadlines for my projects because I'd rather set a way too short deadline and miss it than to take way too long and have no deadline, you know? So, yeah. This has AX25 protocol implementation, FX25 forward error correction. Whoa. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, cool stuff though. Yeah, we've been just working on this other little game, Maze Game, which is not Starground. Right now, Maze Game is a working title. That is the wrong project. Hold on. But basically, it's just this. Here, we were writing some stuff on the board. I don't know if anybody was here for that. The whole idea is you are a guy in an elevator, and you're in this facility. There's going to be different characters you play as, and their stories will kind of matter. Those are still being fleshed out a little bit, and the story stuff will come later once the gameplay is actually working. But you're in an elevator, you send out little rover guys, you know, you got some wheels, whatever. It's like a little vehicle basically with like a camera mounted on the front. You send those guys out, you collect different materials to bring back to your like home base elevator. You have to make sure you bring back food and water each day. If anybody's played like 60 Seconds, you may know about that mechanic of having to drink and eat. And then you can bring back like parts for upgrading your rovers. And then the whole time there's scary, evil guys that will destroy your rovers. Another mechanic from real life. That's true. That's true. I guess it is a real life mechanic. But yeah, we do have a little bit of concept art and stuff drawn out, which I guess I could show you guys. I don't know if it's allowed. It's probably okay. Just so you guys get an idea. But yeah, this is going to be a horror game, by the way. I don't know if I mentioned that. There's going to be some creepy, scary guys, like this guy. He's a pretty scary, creepy guy. This is Zach's concept art. What we're actually going to do for the enemies is make them all 2D images. So this game's going to be kind of like a sort of a mix between 3D and 2D, where the maze is going to be a 3D environment, but a lot of the like entities and stuff will be just 2D images. There's a game that does that really well, actually. I can't ever remember the name of it, but it's a horror game. Here, can I just sort by like horror on my library and then find it? Horror. I think it's a psychological. Okay. The psychological horror tag is just completely obliterated because people keep putting random stupid games in it that just aren't psychological horrors. It's kind of funny. Yeah. Eronoctosis. But this game's kind of cool. It's a 3D game, but like it has like 2D sprites for like the characters and enemies and stuff, and I think that's the vibe we're probably going to go for with this game, because it's honestly just way easier to draw guys out than model them and animate them and rig them. Ooh, I hate rigging, guys. It's my most hated thing of all time. But yeah, that's the idea. I think it'll look pretty interesting, hopefully. So we'll see how it works out. Starground's a psychological horror, yeah. Yeah, it kind of is a little bit similar to FNAF in a lot of ways. I would say it's definitely more like long-term survival. Like, it's more of a roguelite than FNAF is. It's not like you're going into these levels with nothing. Like, all of the decisions you've made in the previous levels that you were up at matter. because it directly affects your like success, your outcome for the other levels, you know. Why are these games horror games? Peak is a horror game? I mean, I guess, but not really. I guess it has horror elements. What else in here? I mean, a lot of these make sense, but cookie clicker? Not really. Wallpaper engine doesn't make any sense. Yeah, some of these are just illogical. I don't really think Among Us is a horror game, but Desert Bus, that's fair. Subnautica is pretty scary, actually. Fuse is a horror game? That doesn't make any sense. Are these just user-defined tags? Like, I don't know. Ah, Far Sky. The story of this game and the developer is so sad. It's kind of messed up. He did this post recently. It wasn't like 3 years ago, I guess now, but it's too bad. He's just like, started working on this game. It went really well. And then this game failed, and this game failed, and all of this failure, I'm depressed and I'm done. It's like, man, that sucks. Yikes. Yeah. This is a really old game. It was kind of fun. It's, you build like a little base. And there's these evil shark guys. It's like Subnautica well before Subnautica, basically. Maybe it's enough for a game to have horrific bugs in order to be tagged as a horror game. That's fair, yeah. Man. Among Us is a horror game? I guess. It's not really that scary, though. I guess that one can be classified. Because it can be a little scary. But yeah. Man, no games. I wonder why they removed their games from Steam. Like, I don't know. Why would you ever remove a game? Like, unless there's a serious problem. It just seems like just a waste if the game's already completed. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's too bad. Yeah. Anyways, back to what we're doing. Maze game. Still working on adding a game to Steam? Yeah, exactly. Oh, this has to be a vector coordinate. Yeah, so we'll just do vector 2. Or vector 2i xy. This is integers. Alright. So that'll give us a map of all of our different things now, right? So we loop through that, we generate all of our coordinates, our valid coordinates. And now we can... I just want to print it out and see what it does. But we should be good to go. Okay, printed nothing for some reason. Why did it do that? X in range, map image get width, image get height. Did I get errors in here? Whoa. No. Greater than 0. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working. Image.getImage. I'm getting the pixel at X and Y. It's just nothing. Is it just because they're like empty? Like, do I need to add a key? He won. Hey, bro, thank you so much for the resub. Jeez. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I wonder why this isn't generating. It's a little quirky. Let's see, map ID. This is running code. Well, yeah, it's printing out something. Yeah, this is really odd that it just doesn't do anything. I mean, let's just print in here and say, ha ha ha. No. Let's print up on this level, I guess. Make sure it's looping through. Okay, it's definitely like looping through. I guess it's just checking the pixel value here. It does not work. Should be type color. We get an X and Y. Turns the color of the pixel at X and Y. The image that we have set for this is map 1. Oh, it's because there's no R. Yeah, that would be the problem. I have to actually check the value. So we have to say like get luminance. Is greater than 0. Let's try that. There we go. Now check it out. We got all the coordinates down there. Okay, we don't need this key anymore. But let's leave it just so I can visualize these. Well, no, it's distracting and annoying. Get rid of it. Okay. So there's all the coordinates of our map. Pretty good. I'm gonna have to change this up a lot. Yeah, all this stuff I have in here now is obsolete. Because we've kind of changed the way that like locomotion of the rovers and stuff is gonna be, so. But yeah, it's okay. Oh, let me out. Oh, yeah. Yeah, now this game is broken. Oh, terrible. Was your cheese refunded? I'm pretty sure I did refund it, yeah. I had the menu open over here, so. Yeah, you should be good to go. Back after playing Factorio with friends. Kind of cool doing the map gen like this. Yeah, I think it should be pretty cool. It'll be nice, because it's a good in-between, a middle ground between pure procedural and handmade maps. Like, I don't want to have to sit there and manually place down every single resource location and stuff. And I also don't want to have to drag and drop my models in. So I think doing it this way is very convenient because I just get the pixels and then do it automatically. So. Okay, so now what we're going to do is loop through each map coordinate. So we're going to say for I in map chords, and that'll give us a vector 2. Okay, because that always returns the key. So now I just need to check like the surrounding tiles to figure out what it needs to be. It is a little annoying because we'll have to do like, well, I'll have to dynamically figure out the rotations, right? Because if this one has one to the left and right, I do want the straight corridor, but I want it to be rotated one time on the z-axis or whatever. So there is going to be stuff like that that's a little annoying, but it's okay. Can maps be any size? Yeah, it should be able to be any size at all. You can do a tiny little map or a huge one. It doesn't really matter. After all the games I played, I came to the conclusion that's the best way ever made. Factorio, yeah. It is one of the best games of all time, in my opinion. I mean, different games have different like things that make them, you know, obviously Factorio isn't the only game I'll ever play, but like I like Minecraft for a lot of reasons, but definitely Factorio for what it is, for being an automation game, I think is the best automation game. I should go to sleep. Oh yeah, it's probably pretty late for you, right? Yeah, you should go get some sleep. Yeah, thanks for coming in though. I do appreciate it. And I will send over the things, you know, the game write-ups. I just need to get all those finalized. I think I'm going to stick with like 2 concepts and then send those over to you, and then we can talk about how we're feeling about them for the Tower Breakout game. I think one is going to be pretty in line with what you already have, and the other one's pretty out there. But I want to throw it out, just see where we stand. Not necessarily as an idea that we would actually go with, but just to see how we feel about certain things, I guess. It'll all make more sense. You'll see. But yeah, I'll let you know. Hopefully tonight, as long as I'm not super busy. And if I am, then hopefully tomorrow. But yeah. Yeah, Zefencer's been helping out with Starground. So everybody, thanks Zefencer. Yeah, Zefencer's done a lot of bug fixing and stuff so far, which has been very nice. So I'm excited. Awesome. Yeah, I think it'll be cool. And yeah, we can totally like we were talking about earlier. I mean, if you want to, you know, present it to a publisher, totally down to do that. I think it would probably be a good idea just for like profit splitting with this kind of thing. It would really simplify that process a lot. So just even for that reason, it might be a good idea. We wouldn't have to go with like a crazy publisher, one that would take a massive cut. Yeah, we'll mess around with that definitely once we're closer to actual finished game. So okay, so this is gonna loop through each map coordinate. So basically I just need to have a bunch of switch statements. I mean, it's not a big deal. I'm just gonna say it's only 4 directions, like we don't have to worry about the diagonals. So, I mean, it shouldn't be too bad. We could just say like there's only a couple we need to check for. The 4-way doesn't actually matter at all. We just need one case for that. So we're gonna have like a I've done this before with tile set stuff in GameMaker, and I've done that with like a binary search tree. By the way, you can look at the controller changes sometime. The only thing missing is the glue to, yeah, buildings interact and continuous menu movement. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll definitely take a look at that then. I'm excited to get that implemented. Yeah, thanks for working on that. I do appreciate it. It's one of those things I've been wanting to do for a while, so it'll be really nice to have that in the game for sure. All right. So we're going to check all the surrounding neighbors. I think what we're going to do is just have another helper function here that's like function get neighbors. And we're going to pass in the position. So, and we're just going to say left, right, down, up. By default, all of these will be false. And then we're just going to say if map chords.has position plus equals vector 2i 1 0 neighbors.right is true. I'm just going to do it like this. Help icons everywhere. I'm going to update the suggestion issue tomorrow. Okay, nice. Yeah. Yeah, I would like to have all the like inputs for controller stuff on screen. I think that would help a lot. So So plus minus plus minus. Okay, so +1 is going to be down. This one's going to be up. And then this one's left. Return neighbors. And that'll return a dictionary of string bool. Okay. So for each thing in here, we're going to say get neighbors, given our current position. And now we can just say match, or no, we can't do a match statement. My God, Funkoid. What is your deal? So we're going to check if neighbors.write. This is going to be a little annoying to check all of these, but there's probably a better way to do this, but I'll research that and look into that another time. For now, we're just going to do this to see if it works. And then we have to know what our thing is for that. Let's see. Because what is the index of this? How am I supposed to know? Because I can hear when I set the item. How do I know what the item is? Set cell item. I guess this is just an index. You can see right here. No, that's not an index. I have no idea. I presume this is done in the same way it is in Blender. Or inside of here in the, Too old for the meme is another brain rot meme. It's just stupid. 6, 7. Like, I don't even know why it's a thing. Like, I don't even know, man. It's just stupid. Let's see, straight N, T, four-way curve. Four-way curve and straight T. So I think it does it in backwards order? No, it doesn't. So I don't even know what's going on then. I don't know how it decides which order this is, so I don't know what I'm supposed to do for the index of these. I'm not quite sure. New massive meme. Okay, yeah, my bad. Oh, what's going on? Okay. What? Okay, there's got to be another function then for getting an ID or something. Get cell. Get mesh ID or something. Get cell item. Get bake meshes. Those are bake meshes. Get meshes. What? Location map. Item is an int. This is so weird how this is done. Because it's just like, how am I supposed to know what that int is supposed to be? I guess I'll just have to hope and pray. Can I reorder these or anything? No. So I guess I'm just stuck. This just is what it is now. There's no way to, like, change the order, is there? Well, it doesn't matter. I think these are going to be the only ones, practically, but It's a little weird. So we'll just have a thing in here that's like var index is equal to 0. So if it's all of them, otherwise we can check for the t's. But it's gonna be a lot. So that's gonna be super fun. In my days we had Crazy Frog. Yo. Crazy Frog is awesome, dude. I feel like there's a better way to do this. Because I'm thinking right now, like, let's see. So with a T intersection, we know that there has to be 3 connections. So basically we just rotate it according to the one that isn't connected. So instead of having to loop through, is it this orientation? Is it this orientation? Is it this one? We just say, okay, we have the things here. If it's not this one, rotation is just 0. If it's not this one, we rotate. Basically, we always keep the opening here opposite to whatever the one that doesn't have a connection is. You know what I mean? So yeah, there's definitely a way to do this way better. That means we don't have to have like 5,000 different if statements. So I'll probably go through all that and like do this in a smarter way. Because yeah, I don't want to have a case for every possible scenario. It's a little ridiculous. And like then what I could check here is just the number of neighbors. I could just say if we have 4 neighbors, I don't have to check if right and left and down and up. Then we just instantly know that it's a 4-way. And we can have these for the separate ones. Like we'll have to know for the curve and stuff like that, and whether it's like a straight or an end. But even like an end, we can just check if it has 1. So there's a lot of cases like this where we don't have to check like every single neighbor. So yeah, I'll work on that. But yeah, we're gonna end stream right now though. Yeah, I'm glad I'm finally diving into the dungeon stuff, the generation, because I think it's been, for this game, one of the biggest obstacles so far. Just because it's like kind of complicated and hard, and I haven't wanted to do it, but I know I need to, so. But yeah, I think it's good that I'm finally doing it. If you end stream, I cry. I'm sorry. Yeah, let's go pick somebody to raid. Who's in our funny group today? Jitspose doing stuff. Whoa, that's me. Thank you for the speen. I appreciate it. Where's my freaking indie dev? There it is. So who are the people doing things in here? UI shaders. Interesting. Finn is playing games. What is this person doing? You had mead at hello. Yeah, what's that game I keep saying? Escape from Duckov? Yeah, I have to look at that. We'll raid this person. Captain No Nasa. I think we might have gotten raided by him before. The name seems familiar. Alright, we're gonna go raid out. But thank you gamers for coming to the stream. I do appreciate it. We'll be live again tomorrow around 3:30 MDT. I'm really gonna try and get this Starground experimental branch up. I know I've been saying it forever, but I do mean it. I want to. So yeah. I will try my very best. Oh, I can't raid him. Okay. That sucks. Now I gotta go find somebody else. Love when that happens. Let's see here. Let's raid Olex. If it'll let me. Please work. Okay, I think it'll be fine. All right, anyways, thank you, gamers. Feel free to buy Starground on Steam. Join the Discord if you want. And yeah, have a good rest of your night. Bye, everybody. Bye-bye.